morning. We'll get started. Good morning. Welcome to the 2026 Board of County Commissioners Strategic Planning Workshop. We'll please start out with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all for being here, and thank you to all the staff here at the Livermore Rec Center for helping us prepare this, and all the staff that got this together this morning, and the great breakfast. And we'll turn it over to the county manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Today, obviously, we have our agenda. I think the first few topics are related to the budget. So this morning, we're going to start off with a quick presentation. But before that, I'm going to turn it over to Glenn so he can just give you an update on legislative affairs. Also, I know we have a list of items here for the agenda, but obviously this is your meeting. You can choose to discuss any of these and anything else beyond that. There's a few topics I know that have been broached that are not on the agenda, so this is your meeting. You can do what you please, and you can spend as much time as you like on each of these topics as well. I'll let you, you'll let me know when you're done, and we'll just move to the next topic. And again, this is whichever commissioner put it on can start off, or you can start off however you want. I'll just leave it easy and open for you guys today. And you just let us know what you need, and we'll come back following this meeting to a board meeting to codify all the information that we received. I'm sure we will have a number of workshops coming out of this like we always do, so that's our plan is, when our budget cycle is, we'll also have a bunch of workshops following this regarding your direction. So with that, if there are no questions, I'm going to turn it over to Glenn real quick for a quick oh, by the way, our property appraiser, Matt Caldwell, is here as well for our budget discussion. If you have any questions or concerns or would like to talk to him as well, he's available. Thank you, Matt. And I also have a number of directors here today. We brought forward Rob Price, Rebecca Rodriguez, and Roland Ottolini. Typically those topics come up when we're discussing your views and issues going forward. So they're here as well in case you want to talk to them. And we also have the great Mark Mora, who's over utilities, because that's another department we talk about quite a bit. So I just wanted to let you know he's here representing that department. So with that being said, I'd like to turn it over to Glenn.
Thank you. Good morning. Not the great Glenn Salyer.
Wow. The wonderfully fantastic Glenn Salyer.
Everybody call it that.
The one and only. Yeah, that's even better. The one and only.
Yeah. Well, that could mean a lot of things. I get it. Well, the really big picture, of course, is I think we hit the 2/3 mark of session today. House and budget conferees have been appointed to try to bridge the $1.4 billion divide between the two chambers. Almost all of our appropriations requests are still alive, save two, Sunshine Boulevard being the big one that hasn't made it thus far. So unless it's a sprinkle list item, it won't, but we'll see how that goes. I think Dave wanted me to just touch on something you probably are well aware of, and that is the property tax proposals that have been considered thus far. And as you know, only the House has put forward measures thus far. And so last week, the House did modify a proposal that would have phased out homestead property taxes over 10 years in $100,000 incremental homestead exemptions per year. They modified that to essentially do away with homestead taxes starting with the 2027 assessments. That said, Senator Hooper, the appropriations chair in the Senate, indicated that when the Senate does put forth a proposal, and he indicated that could be during session or special session, that it would be quote unquote much less generous. And so we take that to mean it just won't be as aggressive as a full elimination immediately, but we don't know what it will be. And then Governor DeSantis followed up in a few media outlets saying that he's been working in close partnership with the Senate and that they are keen on getting it right versus coming out quickly. So it could be pointing towards special session, but I think with that, Dave, if there's any questions, I'm happy to try to answer.
Thank you, Glenn. Mr. Chair, anything? Okay. With that, we'll just roll it. That was the fantastic Pete Winton. The bombastic Pete Winton. And with that, we'll go ahead and get into our financial presentation. This just discusses different scenarios based on what potential loss of property tax and an additional homestead exemption, a couple different scenarios. So with that, Pete. Maybe try CBs.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is just a very few slides, but just kind of an update of where we are with our financial situation going into the development of the 26-27 budget. Something I wanted to point out is when we came to you in January with the year-end adjustments and carryovers, we have very good general fund reserves. And I kind of want to show the trajectory of, these aren't our property tax revenues, but these are our main revenues other than property tax and one other. And you can kind of see the trajectory of those revenues up through, post-COVID, which we actually had a little bump, and then post-Hurricane Ian, which we had another bump because there was a lot of economic activity going on, rebuilding, a lot of things that generated sales tax. And then you can see the last couple of years it's kind of faded off a little bit, particularly in our sales tax sharing that the state shares with us. So you can see this is kind of a downward trajectory, probably because it was kind of an unexpected blip, and then also we expect this to maybe go down even a little bit further. One thing I wanted to point out on this is ambulance fees. In 2024, we had a cyber attack of our ambulance biller. We had to move on from that ambulance biller, and we did not collect ambulance fees for about half a year. It's a significant revenue in the general fund. And then you can see we got a new biller. We rebuild all those old bills that didn't get billed out. And you can see in 24-25 that we were almost 4 times what we were in a typical year. So that's just all that rebilling, and I think this biller probably has a little better effectiveness with billing. So that change there, that's what kind of led to our good reserves this year, was we received all those revenues finally. I just wanted, since we're talking about property taxes, property tax revenues, I just wanted to point out, in our two major funds, the general fund and the unincorporated MSTU, what percentage property taxes represent. And you can see in the general fund, it's 73% of general fund revenues. So the general fund is heavily reliant on property taxes. The unincorporated MSTU looks better with 52%. Not quite as high, but something to recognize here is there's a transfer from the general fund of electric franchise fees each year to the unincorporated MSTU. So that's why that's kind of depressing the percentage for the unincorporated property tax revenue percentage.
Pete, I have a question since we're on that slide real quick. Mr. Chair, if I may. Can you break out at some point for us on the property taxes going into the general fund and the unincorporated, how much of that could be attributed to homesteaded property owners? Because I think as the legislation has evolved, it seems like that's what they're narrowing in on is homestead exemptions. Mm-hmm. Would love to be able to get a better idea of exactly how that's going to affect us.
And in a future slide, you'll see that.
Okay, thanks.
Pete, hang on one second. If I could, I'm sorry. Since we've done this before, and this is Trish's first one, this is kind of be a little bit more relaxed. I know Dave called him in a minute ago before he spoke. You guys okay to just be more open, just kind of relax, and just, we're not taking any action. It's just kind of, you want to jump in and just say something, Yeah. You guys okay with that? I mean, we did that well, for a while, then we kind of get more formal, but let's just kind of be more relaxed and get the work done. Okay.
And then commissioners, you've seen this many times. This is the general fund, the expense side. It's our biggest fund. And I show this to show you kind of, you know, what makes up the general fund. You've seen this many times before. And a couple things I'd like to point out just real briefly. One is right here, debt service. I don't know. If you look debt service down on the bottom third, you can see that our debt service of debt that is general fund debt, that bumped up quite a bit about 5 years ago, and you can see that it bumped up to about $15 million a year for 5 years. Our last payment of that debt, which we're collecting that payment now, is the last payment will be October 1st, 2026. And one thing I want to point out, and I'm not sure if this is, one thing I want to point out on that 15.3 million in 25-26, the plan is to continue that 15.3 million not as debt service, but as annual funding on a cash basis for 2 years of 15.3 million for the medical examiner's expansion project, which has been on the plan for quite some time. Let's see if this pointer works. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Don't get me started with pointer. Yes. So we're at a percent, I'm not sure what percent plans we are. I think we're approaching 90%. And then we'll start that construction project in the fall, and it'll take a couple of years. The other thing is we transfer for CIP, that's your growth increment funding. We kept that going through 22, 23. And then in 23, 24, in carryovers of that year, because we had good reserves, we did another 13.7 million, but we weren't able to fund it in 24, 25 or 25, 26. This 3.9 million is just kind of some carryover items that y'all approved during the budget, late in the budget year, primarily for transportation and some other things. And then this is your expense budget in your unincorporated MSTU for all of your unincorporated services. The one thing I want to point out here is there is a very large transfer for our DOT department just from this fund. And that's just a result of a larger transportation network and expenses, greater expenses, and increased expenses. So that is a transfer, and a lot of that is your property taxes in that fund. What we did, commissioners, is we asked the property appraiser's office to show us what the homestead, the $25,000 homestead exemption, the county's $50,000. So what that amounts to in property tax revenues. So the first $25,000, and this is just general fund, is about 19 million. The second $25,000, so if you're a homeowner, you have $50,000 homestead exemption for county purposes. The second homestead exemption is actually that tranche, not from 25 to 50, but from 50 to 75. So that's about 18 million. And the third, we're estimating would be around that 17 million to 18 million dollar range if you were to add a third homestead exemption, so you have 75,000 instead of 50,000 for purposes. That's not one of the proposals, but we just kind of want to show you what that $25,000 tranche looked like. And then these are the bills that Glenn was referring to, and the one that the House passed, Glenn, that's the first one, right? 201?
203 is the one that was passed last week. They amended it
Oh, okay.
to essentially comport with 201, yeah.
Yeah. So you can see that, and Commissioner Hammond, to your question, you can see, we collect about, we collect roughly $530 million in property tax revenues, Commissioner, in the general fund. And you can see that if this, getting rid of the homestead exemption for all homesteaded properties, this would result in ad valorem revenue loss of $263 million. So the balance is those people that aren't homesteaded. And then Glenn, wouldn't the balance also be businesses? Yeah, and businesses that don't qualify for the homestead exemption.
So explain that again. So you're saying if it's the top two, HJR 201 and HJR 203, that look like they could pass or have passed the House already? And then,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, 203 is what the House passed.
Mhm.
And they had like Glenn was saying, they had like a 10-year phase-in, but then they passed it in a way that it's implemented right now. And then this is what the state is saying our loss of general fund revenues would be, or our loss of all revenues, not all property tax revenues. That's not all general fund.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is that across all the 19 line items or whatever that are on people's property tax bills, or is that just our general fund?
This is just county property tax revenues. So this
Oh.
is general fund, where you have, general fund, you have, I've got it right here, Commissioners. General fund, we collect 530 million, or let's see, wait a second here. General fund, we collect 534 million of property tax revenues. In unincorporated MSTU, we collect 51 million of property tax revenues. Library fund, we collect 55 million of property tax revenues, and all hazards, we collect 6 million. So this impacts all those funds, but I don't know the breakout, Commissioner, in
Oh,
each fund.
Pete, question for you. Can you just explain the two columns between cash and recurring, how those are calculated, and what that represents, please?
When this analysis was done, I believe cash was year 6 in the phase-in, and then the recurring was year 10, when it was fully implemented.
Well, how is cash defined? I'm just trying to, I didn't get a chance to review this with you prior to the meeting.
You would have a continuing loss of revenues, and then it would equal about 83 million in year 6. There was a 10-year phase-in.
Okay,
So in year 6, the impact would be 83 million, so it would be working up to 83 million. And then in year 10, it would be 263 million.
okay, I didn't follow the flow of each,
Yeah.
because they didn't all scale the same, and I just
Right.
didn't get a chance to review that with you
Right.
ahead of time. Thank you.
And that's just kind of the update of where we are with revenues.
So Commissioners, this presentation leads into the next few questions that we have for discussion. And I'll read those off, and then we can start out however you want to. But the first few are, how do we deal with potential financial reform, which is we just talked a little bit about. Long-term financial strategy, what is our strategy to meet the community's needs? infrastructure sales tax, and then set the tone for the budget. So those are kind of the consensus discussion around our finances. So with that, I'll turn it over to the chair to start off the conversation.
Topic of investment here, we deal with potential financial reform. Is that true, my mic on? Any comments about that?
So everybody loves the idea of having free property taxes, but nobody's talking about providing revenue for the services that they don't want to give up. So I haven't seen any legitimate discussion regarding revenue replacement, or if we're just going to call whatever property taxes paid for DOT, for example, are we going to have a road tax? Are we going to have a water tax? Are we going to have just a different label for the same line items? Oh, thank you. I don't know. I haven't heard many tangible discussions on what's next after the homestead deduction has. Do we have a strategy that we discussed internally that we would, how we would cope with any of this loss of revenue?
No, I think that that would be the topic for discussion today amongst the board. You know, there's very limited options that the board would have. You could have user fees, you could have sales tax. And to your point, you could have specific tax related to transportation, to your water courses. You could have specific tax to that. But other than that, I mean, it's really, Pete, do you have anything else?
No, and Glenn can maybe speak to this better than I can, but there's been a lot of discussion about eliminating property taxes or portions of property taxes, whatever. I don't think the state has discussed much about what the replacement revenue would be.
Sure.
Or, you know, what would be available to replace that, and what kind of tax that would, I don't know if it'd be sales tax, local option sales tax, I don't know.
I think that's the biggest fear. We just don't know where it's going to come from. If there's drastic changes, my fear of that is if they eliminated the property tax altogether without, it's not just homestead, you know, local Floridians are going to pay year round because of sales tax. We're here 365 days a year spending money. The people that are not here only 2 months of the year are not going to pay much because their taxes, other than the school warrant, has gone away. So do we lose services and the state starts looking different after, say, 10 years of lack of services? Or are we just increasing taxation on our local residents? So, in some form, either a fee, tax, user fee, as David said. So.
And you have two big components that, you know, are board priorities, which would be public safety, obviously, and transportation are your two biggest priorities. With utilities and with solid waste, you do have enterprise funds, so at least they're funded. But with these components, we'd have to figure out public safety. I don't believe in the bill, Glenn. Public safety is protected through this bill, so automatically your EMS side would be funded. We would have to ultimately look at transportation, which is one of our biggest costs and one of our biggest concerns currently, just based on what our tiers look like in the future. 2.1 or 2.3 for tier 1. Most of that's funded except for the final two options, which was Burnt Store and Cape Coral Bridge, or Veterans Bridge, which is going to get modified based on the direction the board gave us. Tier 2 is at $1.2 billion, which isn't funded, and then tier 3 is about $1 billion, which isn't funded as well. So obviously that makes that gap much bigger if we do not have this component.
Pete, I guess the other issue I think about when we start decreasing revenue is what's the impact to our balance sheet, our borrowing, those ramifications, because when you look at obviously revenue that's ever cut off, we have different covenants and things of that nature. Has anyone talked about the ramifications of potentially failing a covenant because revenue was displaced?
Commissioner, and that's always a concern. I think we pay a lot of attention to the covenants in the enterprise funds.
Right.
And and we meet those covenants. For property tax, backed, debt, we won't have any
Okay.
October 1st of this year.
So that's the last payment we're making?
That's the last
Okay.
payment, and I think that's the last, our recommendation would be that that's the last debt that we should have, supported by the general fund.
Pete, I guess the other thing, since we're gonna talk about all aspects of revenue and we're gonna talk about what this looks like, obviously with some of the major projects we have to do, whether it's reclaim water down on the beach or whether it's solid waste, I assume our balance sheet's gonna be stretched to its capacity, and then some. And probably by the year 2030, maybe even sooner. Is that an accurate reflection?
Yeah, yes, Commissioner, between the replacement of the Cape Coral Bridge, our solid waste projects, and particularly our utilities projects, we're going to issue north of $1 billion of debt over the next few years.
I mean, that's a concern just in general as we are going through our growth stage and you have uncertainty of revenue, and you also don't have enterprises, funds that have a lot of reserves in them to mitigate or augment part of the borrowing you have to do. It'd be tough.
I had a question for Richard, if I can. So the Constitution really lays out how counties can earn money, if you will. What do we have available to us as, constitutionally allowable revenue sources? I think there's some people who believe that, well, the county could just start charging a sales tax to make up for the revenue lost on the property tax side, but I don't believe we're empowered by the Constitution to do that, to raise the sales tax for just general revenue purposes.
Commissioners, as you know, Florida is different than many other states in the way that the state government has established counties under the Constitution. And as you all know, when you go to Tallahassee and when legislators do not want to hear from you, they're fond of reminding you all that you are but a political subdivision of the state of Florida. As such, even though Lee is a charter county, you only have that power that is granted to you through either the state constitution or state law. Meaning, in a nutshell, you do not have a free, open hand to create a new tax, which is not already provided for under existing law. So we would have to look to either the state constitution or statutory specific language in order to look at alternative revenue sources. You don't have a free hand to create a new, say, public air tax that, it sounds ridiculous, but hypothetically, you're going to levy a tax of $50 a year on every person who breathes in Lee County. You don't have the authority to do that. You can't create a new revenue stream that's not provided for by statute. Two interesting components, though, that we also need to talk about when we're talking about this whole revenue issue is, so far, all the legislation focuses on homesteaded properties. There's been very little discussion on what the fiscal impact will be on non-homesteaded properties, which is a nice way of saying businesses and industries in Lee County and statewide. Currently, your ad valorem tax mix is a mix of residential and non-residential. Well, if residential goes away, something's going to happen to non-residential, unless you're going to try and cut your way out of a $260 million a year deficit. The other issue that we need to talk about is when we talk about public safety, most, if not all, of the proposed pieces of legislation would require you all to fund public safety, i.e. including the sheriff's office, at a level consistent with the previous budget year's allocation for that office. Simply stated, even if your plan to resolve the fiscal crisis would be to cut across the board in equal percentages, you would have to exempt out the sheriff's office right off the top from that discussion. Therefore, his that office's share, if you will, of the general revenue pie is going to increase because you would be mandated to make him and keep him whole as you would with EMS.
EMS, correct, yeah.
And animal services too, right? Code, are those under that or not, public safety?
They haven't gotten to that level that I'm aware of. So far, they're talking fire, which fortunately doesn't affect us, EMS and law
So
enforcement,
the sheriff's half our budget, basically,
and would increase.
48%.
The bill that was passed by the House, and again, no one's expecting that to be the thing that goes to the ballot probably, but it specifically says first responders. You have to hold them at the most recent fiscal year budget.
Okay.
So I have a question, how would that, we have 17 independent fire districts in Lee County, does that mean that they're not going to be harmed by any property tax reduction, or are they gonna have to, how will they handle this?
Yeah, so I would think the cities that levy a fire service fee are probably okay, but the independent districts who levy a millage, they'd have to figure out an alternative mechanism. Because the homestead property tax still goes away. It's just you can't decrease their level of funding. Yeah, very strange.
So I can't spend 300 million if I don't make 300 million. I mean, this isn't Washington DC, we can't print our own money, we can't just borrow into infinity here, I mean.
Right.
Perhaps, I mean, we're having a lot of conversations about revenue and all these things. I mean, Matt's here, I'm certainly, just to make this a little bit more complicated, why don't we just ask him to come on up and talk about what our revenue shortfall may be, and then obviously the complications associated with this. You know, it just brings, this is gonna be like a Rubik's Cube, trying to figure this out.
Hopefully Matt's got all the answers for us.
No pressure, Matt.
I don't know if I have all the answers, but I'll certainly try to help put some flavor on some things. So before we talk about where we're at with this year's tax roll, just a couple of additional things to chew on in your current conversation about what would happen with these proposals. One of the big glaring questions with this amendment is it's not accompanied by an implementing bill. So there's no direction about how to actually implement the policy change. What does that mean? You will recall, it didn't really have a major effect on the county, but it was clearly evident in Fort Myers Beach and Sanibel, for example, after Ian. The formula by which the rollback rate gets calculated, right? Your millage that you are allowed to use based on the prior year's tax collection. It's written and designed in the paradigm post-sale our homes where we always expect values are going to go up every year. But the way it works is if you do have a loss in your taxable value, it just imputes a rate in the other direction. And so in the case of Sanibel and Fort Myers Beach, they were both given a rollback rate which was double the previous year's millage because they lost essentially half their tax roll. And so the logic would sustain here. Again, absent an implementing bill that said you can't do that, your millage right now is 3.7. If the amendment passed that's been proposed and there's no implementing bill, the ER 420 will come out and it will tell you all that you should adopt a 7.2 millage, and that'll be your property tax revenue. And what that means is that you are now levying 7.2 mils on every apartment building and grocery store in the county, and of course 0 on all of your homestead properties. So it is essentially a tax shift that is baked in. It's not really been talked about or analyzed much in the conversation in the press, but that's really the secret about where the tax shift is. And when you think about that, Lee County is famed for being one of the large counties in the state that has an extraordinarily low millage. So we have the cap, right? You're well below your 10 cap max. Most of your peer counties would not have that opportunity, right? Going and doubling their millage, they would exceed the 10 cap. They will have to deal with an issue if this were to pass. So you're in a very unique situation, even compared to your peer counties in that case. But again, as Lynn said, I don't think that proposal is going to become law or even get sent out to the voters to adopt. Just all the things y'all talked about. If it were to go out, just keep in mind the 2018 proposal just to add another 25,000 failed. And that was a very simple, straightforward proposal, and this is obviously much, much more complicated and aggressive. So certainly give you kudos for planning for it, but I wouldn't lose too much sleep if I were you, at least on that one. In terms of what I can provide from the tax roll planning standpoint, obviously February is pretty early in our cycle. We give you the early estimate June 1 and then the official estimate July 1. As we sit here in February, our models, we have run them, but I want to go ahead and give you the kind of the rough box of how those are being informed at this moment. We basically are going to be relying on everything that was automatically processed. So all the permit information that was correctly filed in terms of new construction or rehabilitation, all of the simple sales transactions that don't have any wild hair on them for us to go and dig through. That's going to be really driving what the model is able to estimate. From this point, really mid-February through June, what we're doing is going back and opening up each of those boxes and looking to see what doesn't fit. What are the square pegs and the round holes that need to be evaluated? Part of that process, for example, is our use of the aerial flyover. We use a change detection model that looks at last year's aerial and this year's aerial and identifies everything that's changed on the ground, and then we truth that against the permits that we have and then figure out what isn't covered by the permits, and that's our top tier priorities for the next 4 months, for example. Those aerials have been flown, but they're still being processed. It's a lot of data to take a 3D and turn it into a two-dimensional unit, but that should be delivered really this week, next week. We've got the early stuff that's super data intensive, way too much for us to put online for anybody to access, but we started spot by spot to use that. So just to give you an idea of, I didn't want to come today with some official slides for y'all to take and rely on, but just to give you the four corners where we're at. That being said, pushing through the automated valuation side, I think at scale is going to still give you a pretty decent ability to rely on, because as Pete talked about, and y'all know, the vast majority of your tax roll is homestead property. And we're mostly a single-family residential county, and so you've probably heard me talk before. If you're a 3-2 single-family house in the Cape, your number's probably pretty accurate because we have literally thousands of those sales every single year. The model's gotten very, very good at that. What is much more difficult are beachfront estates, or as we are developing more and more really unique one-off commercial developments, big distribution warehouses, new corporate headquarters. Those are taking a little bit more work because, again, we haven't traditionally had a bunch of those, and those are, I don't have thousands and thousands of sales to iterate for that model. But at where we're at right now, it is suggesting essentially a flat value in terms of the just value year over year for 2026. And then as you look to taxable, the early estimate is looking around 4% in terms of your taxable. So if you're thinking, okay, how does just come in at flat and you've got 4% gain on taxable, that's entirely the recapture that happens because of the way the 10% cap and the 3% cap work. And of course, you can immediately see the ratio push through once again. That 3.94% year over year shows just how much of our tax roll is Save Our Homes cap. So in any year where it's not really surprising, any year where you have generally a flat market, that should be mostly what in the Lee County paradigm you get on your taxable, somewhere around 3 to 5%. Assuming there's not some drastic collapse in the market value, your vast majority of your homestead properties have an enormous cap, and so they're going to continue to move forward at that 3% rate until they're taxable, or until they're assessed, actually matches their just, but for your purposes, the taxable. And then the same thing on the commercial side, that 10% move forward on those. Where are the properties, just anticipating the question, where do we see the most challenge? It's probably, again, to those of you that pay close attention, multifamily has been extremely challenged over the last few years. You'll recall there were apartment complexes, brand new, trading pre-Ian and post right after Ian at 3% cap rates, which were insane. And you know, we had the double whammy of COVID refugees streaming into the county, driving up demand and driving up occupancy to 100%. And then we had Ian displace several tens of thousands of people for about 18 months, 24 months, who also had to find a new place to live. So particularly the multifamily sector was in its total height that you could ever imagine. That has now come off, and of course the shift in return demands. So you're seeing those investors that piled in 22, 23 turn around and selling their properties at a loss compared to what they got in. But you know, their long-term evaluation is they've got to get off at this point with where rent rates are. Again, I wouldn't want to describe any of it as suggestive of a collapse a la 2008. 2008 was driven in large part by 10,000 plus totally empty single-family homes that were built over that previous 2 years, and so supply and demand cratered until that got absorbed. We don't have thousands of empty brand new construction units, so this really looks more like about a 3 to 4 year outrageously high push in value because of both COVID and inflation and demand now coming back to more of a normalized market, but it feels like a decline, and so you're going to see that in terms of how people react. But at the end of the day, for your numbers, this point looks like a flat number.
How would you break down the total revenue we have coming in from residential to commercial, multifamily? Just trying to get a feel for what's in each bucket. And then second follow-up, obviously, the softness in the market, how does that influence commercial and then multifamily?
Pure commercial, well, let me step back. Total tax rolls about 550,000 real property parcels. Pure commercial runs, I think, around 25,000 parcels of that. That's not included in multifamily component. We're just talking what you would think of grocery stores, big box retail, stuff like that. And then Homestead on the other end is 225,000, so about half the tax roll is homestead properties, which are, you know, they don't have to all be single family. You can, for example, own a duplex and homestead your side and rent out the other half and split the side. But essentially, that gives you a framework of just how much of our tax roll is single family residential at scale. In terms of the effect that the tax roll is experiencing from multifamily, I mean, you have to, I'd have to go back and see what our latest numbers. Condos are right around, true high-rise condos are right around 20,000 units. That's crept up a little bit with some new construction. I'd have to go back and look so we categorize it as less than 10 units or more than 10 units. I gotta go back and look at what our over 10 unit multifamily mix is total, but that is where the biggest softness is. I mean, it's all the projects you saw come up out of the ground over the previous 5 years, and you know that a lot of private equity money poured in, built it, and flipped it for an immediate sale to somebody who probably didn't really understand what their long term that three was not going to make sense 5 years from now, and so you're seeing a lot of that trade back and people trying to get their capital back out of that.
Maybe specific to just try to zero in on something. So I went to Bimini Square South Ribbon Cutting, commercial residential mix, and the developer had indicated there's 218 units there and only 15 were rented. And then likewise, the commercial aspects obviously are very soft there as well. Yeah, we help and some others take big pieces. What does that do to the commercial valuation? I mean, listen, I don't know exactly how you come up with your figures, but at least back in yesteryear when I was involved in commercial at all, certainly rent was a component, or revenue that's coming in was a component to drive that. And with the softness, what do you do with the adjustments that, you know, when you have 80, 90% vacancy?
So, I mean, across the market, I don't think we're seeing 80, 90% vacancy, but we are seeing higher vacancy rates than we had for the last 5 years. In terms of how the commercial model is going to be developed, I mean, it's the same three approaches you use in all appraisal: cost, sales, and income. But of course, commercial property primarily is bought and sold based upon its income potential. So you put a lot of weight on that approach more than the other two. And what we use in that to make it a mass appraisal model is we categorize into buckets, so to speak. You know, mid-class office buildings, low-class warehouse, right? The broad category, and then to that category you apply the market cap rate, the market vacancy rate, the market expense ratio, and then you work on the rent. And the rent ends up being the variable. And from there, as we work with property owners, if there's something particular about their property that we need to take into consideration. But ultimately, the valuation is a market value. If it's a particular issue with it that's more than a single year issue, like some deferred maintenance, then we really have to get into the weeds discussing what's, you know, poor management is not an excuse, for example, on how the tax roll is put together. It's what the typical management picture looks like is how it's going to be evaluated. So now what does that mean in terms of year over year where that's moving? Cap rates are creeping up, right? And you've got vacancy going up. Now, both of those statistics, I would never say that our number was inaccurate, but because we do a mass model, we don't try to chase the number. And so I think if you've watched how the tax roll has evolved over the last decade, we're not chasing the tails. Some of our peers might do that. But what that means is when then you do have a drawback down, we aren't going to have as much of a dial down as somebody else might if they had pushed all the way, right? So maybe all the apartment buildings, we were seeing apartment buildings trading at a couple of them at 3% caps, but we stuck at 4.5, because our job is to deliver to you something that you can rely on as well over multiple years, not give you big spikes and valleys every year over year.
Is there any particular softness in any particular city that you see worse than others?
We've got to get under the hood, so to speak, on Sanibel, and figure out what's going on there. You know, again, their market is so heavily driven by not only multifamily but resort properties, and they've, you know, had arguably the longest recovery in terms of getting all of that back open and online. So compared to the other even beach jurisdictions, theirs is the softest at this point. I'll put it that way. Again, and that's one of those where I would highlight what I talked about with in the February runs or March runs, very, very automated. A jurisdiction like Sanibel that is still going through its recovery, putting its real estate back online, we got to be boots on the ground a lot more intensively than maybe I have to be driving, you know, block to block in Cape Coral.
Thank you.
You said Sanibel is one of those cities. Is there a reason why I've noticed that lately going out to Captiva, it seems like it's not going as fast as Captiva and other islands, Pine Island, Lachey, the beach? If you look at the beach compared to Sanibel, is there a reason for that?
I think there's a couple of things happening there. I mean, I think it'd be silly to ignore that Sanibel just traditionally has a more deliberative process to their permitting and zoning and development outlook. I mean, that goes back to their incorporation in '76, right?
Right.
They contrast themselves with Fort Myers Beach, for example. But I do think it's also where they were in the normal growth, peak, decline, revitalization cycle of all real estate compared to their peers. Fort Myers Beach was already primed to go into the revitalization, redevelopment phase. It was coming up Bonita Beach. You've seen that over the previous decade where all of the 1960s and 70s houses were being demolished and replaced. And so from my perspective, it was going to happen on Fort Myers Beach over the next 10 years anyway, just slowly creeping north. And what the storm did was just forward drive all of the redevelopment decisions. You contrast that with Sanibel, where you also have a lot of other complexities. Sanibel has a significant number of timeshares, for example. Timeshares of fractional interest property. Once you have to get together, it's not just 12 condo units, it's actually 12 condo units divided by 52 weeks. And so you gotta get everybody on board with, are we gonna tear this down, are we gonna rebuild it? Are we gonna sue our insurance company or not? So you got a lot of moving parts on Sanibel.
It's more noticeable with the commercial side. The commercial side still has all the businesses, a lot of business still fenced off, so they're still waiting either.
Yeah, I was there Saturday morning. Yeah, talking to a club, stopped and had a cheeseburger visit.
Cheeseburger,
for lunch,
get a milkshake?
and, it was pretty tasty. They were up and running, but it wasn't slammed. I mean,
Right.
It was February, and I walked right in. I mean, so there's just an anecdotal observation. Saturday in February.
The rooms aren't there.
and I
Half
didn't
the
have
rooms are
to-
still
I
gone.
didn't have to fight to go either way on Periwinkle. I mean, it's traffic, but it wasn't February like I knew growing up.
I mean, I think the problem in Harv, certainly going there for a long time, is you have really an insurance issue per se. So many condos are in litigation over what they hope to receive. I think the challenge you have is their reserves, obviously, in no complex has adequate reserves to try to help them recover, and you're talking about assessments. I think a place by the sea, for example, right next to where my in-laws used to live, they had to tear the place down completely. You're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars for an assessment. I mean, how do you turn to a homeowner and basically
Right.
say your assessment's 200 grand?
And you have no
And
house
what do
left.
you do sort of like going forward, what do your homeowner do? So I think that coupled with the fact that, the commercial has some hesitation associated with it, because you need to have Bailey's, great example. You need to have the island like 95% full for Bailey's to make it a profitable go. So when you build that establishment, when you're only looking at 60 or 65%, properties that are filled, and then you go one step further, look at TBC, and at least for the next couple of years, they're only in the 70s as far as available rooms to be rented. And then you compound that with a construction site that continues to evolve from the recovery from the end. So I think it's just a unique set of circumstances that really underlie the problem, but that's why I think they're gonna recover for a long time, because until you come to some resolution, we can turn to your homeowner and say, okay, we didn't prevail well with insurance, and by the way, it's X. You're probably gonna have a pretty intense fluctuation in properties going up on the market, especially if you have assessments of significant dollars that people envision writing a check for a couple $100,000 to try to rebuild my place. If you want to take that project on, you also have to take into consideration, it's a much older demographic. So do you want at 65 or 70 to take on that hassle of rebuilding and assessments that not only is a huge amount of money up front, but then probably significant increases in homeowner dues and things of that nature. That's part of my 2 cents.
If I may, Matt, I appreciate you bringing up the implementing side of this when because I hadn't actually played that out yet. So if on one hand, we take homesteaded properties, right, and we all agree that only half of the single families are homesteaded right now and half of them are not, that's one silo. But when you get to the commercial or the non-residential, non-homestead taxation, we have a 10% cap, right? And everybody qualifies for that, right? There's no residency requirement. You just own a business, it's automatic. So it sounded easy at first when you said, well, we're just gonna we lose half our revenue over here, we're just gonna double it on our other, free left hand, double down on our right hand. If we have all that money in that silo and we double the tax rate and we have a 10% cap, you're not gonna recapture 100% of that unless it traded at the same time to recapture that potential new revenue.
Yeah, so it won't
right?
work as a straight line. It will actually shift to the newest, whoever's the newest purchaser is gonna bear a larger percentage than the oldest, because the way the way the DR 420 works, it doesn't look at your individualized, it's just how much taxable
So-
value did you have last year? What did that
To my
generate?
point, we're not gonna have that
Yeah.
money replacement in the bank simultaneous to losing left hand and right hand. It's gonna take a while to catch up. So it's not like you just recapture that money, and even if you did, my concern when you hear that kind of an example is the ripple effects on, forget the tax revenue side of this, the economic development side of the equation to the county's economy as a whole is why, I mean, you're an existing business, you can't afford to move, you can't afford to invest in a new facility. If you're buying a new facility, I mean, all those costs go into that, then you're losing sales price over the tax rate to discourage people from coming here and businesses to come to Florida. And that domino effect on this to me, would be horrifying on what our economy would do. So I hope that doesn't happen. But when I just played that out in my head of we can't recapture fast enough to even double it, if that was a simple argument, it would have so many negative impacts on businesses and the economy in general to invest in here and expand your business. And why would I want to build a new facility beyond what I have right now, or invest in building new facilities to encourage new businesses to come here when I know my tax rates could double in the next few years?
Yeah, I mean, I think if that amendment were to be the one that went to the ballot, once every business owner in Florida was informed that their property tax bill is going to double as a result, I would not suspect that amendment will pass. I mean, you've seen when business at large gets together and starts spending money to advertise, it'll be killed.
No, that would be horrible.
Yeah.
I agree.
Any more comments on this issue? Okay. Matt, thank you for the
I'm gonna
input.
leave y'all to it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank y'all.
We're going to the next one, which is long-term financial strategy. Dave, you have any comments about that?
Now, again, this is,
Still depending on what happens to the state more than anything, I guess.
yeah, I think this is essentially, I apologize, I think this is essentially twofold. The first is potential, what the state may do, but the second is related to our where we're at right now. Currently where we stand and how we're going to grow in the future. So I think you can discuss either side at this point. Part of the discussion, if we weren't talking about what the state may do related to property tax, you would still have to have a discussion about where we're going to go as a county. We touched on the tiers related to the roads. We talked about the public safety as a primary concern of the boards. So in order to meet those needs, you also have later discussion, the Civic Center, park properties, Conservation 2020, all those conversations could roll into this conversation, as well as what the future holds and how we're going to financially be stable to. I think we're good if we stay the way we are, but obviously we're growing and we need to continue to grow. Pete?
Yeah, and Commissioner, something we've told the departments, but we're recommending as far as the whole process this year is we've asked all the departments to present a budget to us that is the exact same amount next year as this year. And like Matt was saying, do we expect to have growth revenues? Yes, we do. But we want to go through that process and wait to see what our revenues are, and then later in the budget season than what we've done in the past, instead of guessing at what that amount may be. And this would hold for the constitutionals. Don't submit us a budget that's not the same as last year. And then, once we know exactly what our revenues are, then we can come back to the board and say, okay, how do you want to allocate these? How do you want to distribute them? It will give you a lot more control over what the budget looks like next year.
And that is you have 5 topics you want to discuss about regarding finances, and that's the fifth one is set the tone for the budget. So, I mean, that could be part of this discussion as well. Like I said, all these kind of meld together at some point.
Well, I can certainly support Pete's recommendation on coming in at a flat budget. So I don't know if we need to show consensus on that, or, but it certainly makes sense to me as an approach.
Yeah. I would agree with that. I mean, definitely, I think it's a really good start to talk about flat budgets next year. I mean, the original general fund budget slide that you put up, Pete, that kind of shows how it's grown from 18-19. It was $446 million general fund, and now it's a $732 million general fund. Yeah, one more. I mean, we've seen a really big increase in spending since 2018-19. However, we've also seen an enormous increase in inflation, right? And I mean, there's just no question what you could buy in 18-19, it probably cost about twice as much today, as what it did in 18-19. And so that makes sense that, we've seen that. But I feel like, just this is my anecdotal opinion, we're over the hump on that big inflationary spike. And so, starting with flat budgets is a really good start. My question is, do we ever just run the exercise going through the departments and talking to people, like, what if we did want to do, are there new innovative ways we could budget? Are there new innovative ways we could serve our customers that we could do it with 5% less than what we had last year? I mean, a lot of businesses go through those exercises. I know they're not fun, but I guess I'm just curious, do we ever run through the exercise to see if there's something new or different that we could do that would save a little money?
Yes. Specifically last year, after the initial conversation where we brought in the State Revenue Estimating Conference's numbers, the board had a concern based on the gap that we projected versus what the State Revenue Conference stated. So what we did is, and we typically do, we meet with all the departments regarding CIP and their budget. The major departments all get meetings with us as a senior team, and we go through and we refine. Last year, we actually cut, and we did not reinstate any of those cuts. Even though we came out better, we didn't reinstate any of those cuts that we talked about. So it is a regular exercise that the senior team has with all the major departments. But all the departments do go through a general exercise, but the major departments, obviously the big spenders, we talk to them, we talk about their projects, we talk about their CIP, we talk about their operating budget. Just like Pete mentioned, as we progressed last year and last year ended, the discussion was, you're gonna have to come in at a flat budget. We're starting to hold positions. So we are already doing those type of things just in case things go bad. We're not sure. We don't know what the numbers are gonna come in this year. The property appraiser, Matt Caldwell, mentioned potentially flat, that would have an impact on our budget. And then I keep saying this, but if the state does anything, we're trying to look at all those avenues. But yes, that was a long answer to your question, but yes, we regularly do that.
But there's some things, like, for example, we've been talking to the county manager about healthcare costs, our employee healthcare costs that we've seen for retirees and for our current employees. Those costs will continue to go up. So as we try to, cut money here locally, things we have control over, there's some things like that, fuel costs, employees costs, any other mandates back on us throughout the other bills that get passed in the state, how that's going to impact us. That's something that's hard to predict.
A much smaller conversation, having been in office in '07 during the times, we used to look at what were the components of our overhead costs. So what was next year's budget going to look like? What a health benefits cost? What was the pension contribution cost? To try to say, okay, great, if we did nothing, we're still going to need X percent to actually run the budget. So, we would always understand, like, we were -7, and I needed 3% just to cover the pension as we were climbing out of the hole, and then obviously rising healthcare coverage. The challenge you have, and during 07 times, the challenge you had was, I now have a 0 or negative. I have to institute a flat budget, yet I still have ongoing costs that still require 4%, 3%. I just didn't know if we were able, much smaller institution, obviously there were 150 people, but we used to know that fairly well, because at one point here, you can have a flat budget, but you can't control outside factors. And in 07, on top of everything else, we had a stock market that was plummeting, and with a defined pension program that was private, we had some significant challenge funding that. We had to. So, Pete, I don't know, do you have any insight on what our core items of the budget, even if we had flat budgeted like salaries and stuff, what's our core budget cost? I mean, do you have any idea?
Well, Commissioner, you raised a good point, which is, and when I talk about flat budgets, I think there will be some overhead items that will not be flat. And we don't hold the departments responsible for that. We don't penalize them because they have more employees or older employees or whatever. So I think this year, why we want to wait till we know exactly July 1st what our revenues are going to be, then I think that will give us a better idea of what things we have to accommodate for. And it may be some of those overhead items, commissioners such as healthcare and other things that are less controllable. So I think there will have to be increases in budget, but the budget that the departments are responsible for, not the overhead, is going to be flat.
Yeah, I guess my point was, obviously, even if Matt's saying we might have a 3 or 4% increase, that 3 or 4% increase goes to items that, although you produce a flat budget, you're still gonna absorb that because, to your point, you can't control some of the overhead costs and things that are outside our control. And in a tough year, it's difficult to say, oh, by the way, we just went up X dollars in health coverage, and could we not, our challenge was in '07, not only was it not given a raise, but how do I try to have the staff pick up part of the increased medical costs, because they're now going home with no additional increase, and now we have additional expenses associated with that. So that's kind of where I was going, Pete. Thanks. So how do you want to do this with, we're kind of at like E, B, C, D, E. I mean, there's a lot of overlap into the conversations that go in.
I think you set the tone right now. I think there's consensus on a flat budget, which we can bring back to the board at the following next board meeting. For the county and for constitutionals to come in at a flat budget, with the caveat that Pete laid out of, there are some overhead costs that, we'll work through. But in general, their general budget will come in flat. And I think that covers the conversation of setting the tone for the budget. I think the only other thing is it's still a wait and see, honestly, on what to do about the strategy, the long-term strategy. There's still some unknowns.
I guess another question, since it's going to walk into this other item. So, Pete, are there any ramifications with property tax reform and GO bonds? Are there any restrictions there? It's one of the conversations, obviously, is Burnstone Road, how do we pay for it? Maybe we put it on the tolls. But, one of the things that at least is thrown out there is GO bonds. So, that obviously would have some restrictions if property reform went through, correct?
I can't give you an educated answer on that, Commissioner. I don't know what impact, how that would impact. We don't have any, so that's good at this point. But going forward, I don't know what would happen.
I guess my point was that was never a fair tax to begin with. And then if you actually change the equation, does that even become more complex? I guess the $1 billion, the $1 billion question we really need to talk about, and it's not a fun subject, is we're going to have to talk about how do we deal with tier 2 and tier 3 and $2 billion that we're short. I mean, it's not a fun time, but it seems like all the issues are coming at one time. We're growing and continue to grow as our infrastructure is stretched, whether it's reclaimed water, whether it's solid waste and roadways. And then how do you do that? Because most people don't realize that the general fund doesn't have the capacity to deal with an enterprise fund like transportation. And looking at the projects, I don't know how we're ever going to go and achieve those things. And, and I hear things like, let's put GIF aside, and I don't know how we do that. And then, the other concern you hear from residents is, well, you can't raise the toll. So how do I build the Cape Coral Bridge, or, how do I deal with improvements to the other bridges? I mean, there has to be a conversation. It's not fun, and I'm sorry to anyone in the room that's got to deal with this in an unusual year, but it's a conversation we at least have to have. It is certainly the 800-pound gorilla in the room.
I think, yeah, it's growing in revenues and hiring people and buying new things is the fun side of economies, and the reverse of that is always painful and difficult. So I think one of my takeaways from all of these first initial budget items is, regardless of what flavor, what category we put all these items in, the common theme that I talk to when I talk to my friends and neighbors and citizens is they just want to make sure that the money that they spend on taxes is being used effectively and that we're not being wasteful with their money. They don't want it to go in a black hole. They don't want it to be redirected. They want to spend money and know that they're getting the benefit that they intended that money to go to, and that we're being effective with their dollars when we make our decisions. So people are generally willing to pay for something that they want. They just want it to be delivered in the most cost-effective manner, in the most timely part of this. So it's not, you can rename things, you can relabel things, but the common theme is people are generally willing to pay for roads if they got the road. They want the water, everybody wants clean water, everybody wants a park. I mean, all the things that they want, they just want to make sure that there's the overhead category, so to speak, is that we're being as cost effective as we can. So I think there's a lot of things going right in Lee County that I think we should be very proud of. And our low millage rate and how we are affecting our money, and how the county manager just mentioned that they do this without being asked, right? This is just a normal part of their business process, are all healthy exercises. But I think the more that we focus and can chip away at these things collectively, just to make sure that we are getting some of those superfluous expenses that may be there, and looking at some of the ways we deliver our products and how our processes, that we can always find ways to improve, right? There's certain legacy costs we can't get rid of, but I think that's really what people are asking of, at least of me, when I talk to them and ask them about this subject, so.
But, I mean, I think, great point, Commissioner. But, I think kudos to certainly the longest standing commissioners. I mean, our millage rate has not really been impacted in 20+ years, so there's certainly more than a great presentation you could make to indicate we've been extremely conservative. We don't necessarily embrace taxes, we don't embrace any kind of increases, and that's been done for the last 20 years. So I think you get credibility where, listen, if anyone would have told me to take the bet that the school board was going to pass a sales tax, I would have said, there's no way. But from a credibility, I think this board has demonstrated their ability to deal with not raising the millage rate, and really trying to make sure they preserve taxpayer revenue. Obviously try to do everything they can to keep taxes as low as possible, but we're at this perfect tsunami right now where we have such needs in so many different areas. I just don't know how we're going to do this, and you now throw a curveball of property reform. I don't even know how you do this with that in the mix. It was complicated before that came into this mix.
So I guess we go into the next topic of what is the strategy to meet the community needs, and that could be everything from human services to parks and recs like this building we're sitting here now to, we haven't talked about it yet, it's 2020, how we're going to fund that is there's this big reform on property taxes and a lot of different needs out there. So any comments about that? And one thing I do want to say is I think Caldwell for talking about how Lee County compared throughout the state, if you see the numbers, our millage rate, what's what we've done the last 12 years, is kept our millage down, we do rollbacks, we've done everything down, to provide more services for less dollars per constituent than anybody else in the state of Florida. But unfortunately, we'll get lumped in with all the 67 other counties that didn't do the right thing, and here we are now, because a couple of bad apples throughout the state, we're having to take this reform zone, which is going to change our, probably, what Lee County looks like over the next 10 years. But we have a lot of needs, and anybody wants to jump in about what the needs could be, besides human services, community services, 2020, where does that fall in there?
Yeah, I think the needs you have, we certainly describe, whether it's bridges that certainly need to be rebuilt, or whether it's reclaimed water down the beach. It's just things that are getting to their useful life where there's nothing left, or they will accelerate this at the end. So even if you just do the basic things, there's still going to be significant activity in solid waste and reclaimed water. 2020, I've said before, we're all committed to that fund. The issue you have in the software economy is you have more and more people looking at 2020 to absorb properties just because there's no other real avenue to go. You know, it's almost like we have to come up with a set of priorities on what we want to do. And, you know, we may be going through a lot of changes at one point in time, because if you're going to do reclaim water, we did at the last meeting, you know, what is the implications to that and the enterprise fund, and what we have to charge to absorb that bond of that cost. You know, we have to do with solid waste, and then, you know, you get into transportation, and how do you factor in, I'm not even certain it's feasible to do the Cape Coral Bridge without raising the tolls, because you talk about $500 million, I don't know how you do that on the revenue stream that's coming in the door.
Right.
And those are your challenges. I mean, the numbers are just significant. And you would think that, you know, with the slowdown, you might see some slowdown in overhead costs. They may not be rising as much, but they certainly don't seem like they've leveled off yet.
I think that's what we were talking about earlier. People, texters, I think David said, you know, how people in the community, what I'm hearing from the community is people are okay with their taxes, they're paying now in services, as long as they're getting the services and fees, it's not being wasted. I don't think that's the issue here. The problem is those revenues are taken away from us. How do we still provide the same services? That's what's going to be interesting. And that's probably have this conversation more next year or after session, because we really don't know. We don't know if we're looking at more tolls, more toll roads. We're looking at sales tax increases, you know, just for dedicated services like for transportation, or just for services. So that's the unknown right now.
I mean, Commissioner, I think you hit the nail on the head. There are definitely a lot of needs that you hear as you talk to people in the community. I think the number one thing, you know, that I hear is obviously traffic and roads, right? And sometimes I think we don't necessarily have a road problem as much as we have a driver problem.
Yeah.
I think sometimes the really aggressive driving that goes on out there makes the roads seem more frustrating than they actually are. Or not just aggressive driving, even just the people who are still sitting at a stoplight looking at their phone after the light's already turned green, you know? I mean, that certainly causes trouble too. So, you know, anything we could do to, you know, I don't love traffic enforcement from a standpoint of, I don't want to get a speeding ticket. I don't think anybody else wants to either, right? But man, if we could have people just follow the rules of the road better, I think the network itself would then operate better.
It would.
So, you know, but it is building things like the Burnstone Road expansion. It is building things like the Alico Road expansion. So we do need to, you know, continue to focus on roads. So I think that's the number one thing that people worry about. I think what's on my radar screen right now, just because, you know, we've got North Cape Coral, they've got the water shortage, they have a solution. You know, they're doing the utility expansion in Cape Coral, so they're putting people on city water and sewer, so that'll help ultimately with the aquifer, you know, problems that they're having there. However, in Lehigh Acres, as we look at, you know, unincorporated Lee there, we don't currently have a utilities expansion program going. Do we have a conversation at some point about, do we just take city water out there? Instead of doing the full boat, you know, with the sewer and everything and the big assessment, do we maybe try and do a smaller assessment? Could we move faster if we just take water out there to help people with water in Lehigh Acres? You know, I'm not sure, but I'd love to explore all the scenarios and see what we think might be the best fit. So I think, you know, traffic, I think water and sewer infrastructure, and then, you know, I mean, obviously, I think, you know, people just want this to continue to be a great place to live. They do talk about development concerns, but I think most of it goes back to traffic and just the inconvenience that it is to have to wait in such a long rush hour.
Right. That traffic, obviously, enforcement, I'm sorry, this reality is going to, you light the roads up with people getting pulled over, it's going to fix the traffic problem. It's not consistent. I mean, it works though, but, you know, we all could be advocating for more enforcement. It will, like Burnstone Road, will help with that. But you're right about it. If you watch people drive at 5 o'clock, you watch the traffic light, half the vehicles are stopping because they're on their phone, they're doing emails, text, Snapchat, or whatever they're doing, and people are just not paying attention. I mean, the light be green for 10, 15 seconds, then you can watch the DOT cameras and watch the flow of traffic and the spread of traffic from bumper to bumper. Sometimes the time a car gets to the intersection, there's 5 car lengths between them. They're not keeping up. But all the projects moved out to Lee County. I know Rob's here today, but we got all the new projects going on, extra turn lanes here and there. Once they're all done and completed, you're going to see a whole different network. But again, looking back over the last 6 years, what's happened here, we had the influx with COVID. We had a 38% increase in people moving here that 1 year because of COVID, because we kept everything open. Then we had the 2 different hurricanes. So that influx, the population will go from 100% occupied houses and apartments to increased traffic. And our road projects are on a schedule based upon the normal growth rate, not based upon everybody moving here from up north because of what happened. So it's kind of the worst case scenario, then 2 hurricanes on top of that. So you got recovery on top of the growth. And once the road, I think, I'm confident what the road projects are in the ground now are done and we get Bristol Road, I think we'll be fine. But that's, unfortunately, that's 4 or 5 years down the road between all these road projects getting done.
A great point to point out here too is, you know, as I went around and did the listening tours, this is all to come here, and I'll go into more details with some of the initiatives they want me to bring forward, but no one's asking for anything new. They're just asking for what we're already providing. So I think that's really important that we continue to protect those services that we're already giving. And Brian, you hit a lot of those, is like, it's our traffic, it's our water, like the conversations, you know, in Lehigh, and the affordability, and our even hospital accessibility and healthcare was brought up, our Conservation 2020, and bus transportation. So these are all things that are already happening. How can we enhance them? How can we support it? How can we make sure they don't hit the chopping block is, you know, the questions. And just to continue advocating for all of these avenues, because even like Brian says, sometimes it's not the roads that are the issue. And it even goes back to a lot we hear is development. It's a big issue. And I can understand and empathize where that's coming into play and how people are feeling these, you know, stresses. And that, I think, is what we also need to start strategizing too, is how can we bridge the in-between? So we're kind of in this predicament right now where we're at one stage of Lee County where we're catching up to everything else. How can we bridge until we can put in and finish the infrastructure? Like what we did with the Burnt store. We know we're not gonna be able to finish the road for X amount of years, but we went ahead and we made sure we could put in some necessary features for safety. So with some of these things, what are the in-betweens that we can do while we figure out the long-range plan? So I think like short range is gonna be really vital to the community right now.
For example, my Greenville Regional Park.
Yeah.
We've been talking about that last couple of years.
It's a big one.
We're gonna be out there in a couple of days for the kickoff of the Ag Expo, but you know, we all wanna see that get rebuilt. It's just, that's another capital project, it's gonna be very expensive. We're not gonna know anything for a year or two about which way, how we can fund stuff like that. But it's definitely a need. I mean, when you go to other counties, Charlotte County or Curry County, you see nice new parks and pickleball courts and all this stuff, and then you come here and we don't really have anything other than Hertz Arena. We don't have a facility like that. So.
It's definitely unique and definitely worth preserving and figuring out how do we move forward with that.
Right.
It's definitely worth fighting for.
No, I like that. And taking off of some of that, I mean, it's like one of the things they say, well, when you're overwhelmed and you're trying to figure out what to do, well, just take the next right step.
Right.
And I kind of feel like that's what you're saying, is if we could just figure out what is the next right step that could help improve some of these things incrementally then, as we continue to do the comprehensive planning for, you know, the long-range Lee County development.
Actually, kind of, I see a lot of our topics really go to play. The next one is infrastructure sales tax. I mean, you want to go right in that, we have more to talk about as far as the community needs. Any other questions or concerns about the community needs? We'll go right into the next one, which will be infrastructure sales tax. Again, we're still not knowing what's going to happen in a session. Without knowing that, we don't really know if there's a need for that or if there's definitely a need for that now. So, any comments about that?
Actually, I have a question, Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yeah.
So Pete, on that very first slide where you showed us key general revenue, key general fund revenues, you had local government half-cent sales tax in there. Where is that? Where does that come from, that local government half-cent sales tax?
It's a portion of the 6 cents that you pay to the state.
Okay.
So the state has a formula where it sends some of that back to the counties and cities.
And is that revenue, it looks like on this chart, it is pretty stable, although from 1920 to 2021, it went from 50 million to 60 million, then up to 71 million, and then it peaked at like 74 million practically in 22, 23. Would you say that that growth was due to
COVID.
Yeah.
To like Matt Caldwell was saying, to the kind of that boost after COVID, and then also the recovery after hurricane. And that 67 million next year, I don't anticipate it will be 67 million. I don't know yet, quite honestly, Commissioner, but it's going to go down some more. before it kind of settles into a spot.
But this number can grow with more tourism, you think, potentially?
Yes, it would. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, one thought I had as I was looking at this, and I don't know, it would take several years to basically rework our budget to be able to accommodate this. I guess Pete, you just put this directly into the general fund and then cover general fund expenses with it? It doesn't have any earmarked purpose right now? No.
It's pooled revenues.
So, this is hard to have this conversation because we don't know where property taxes are gonna go or general fund revenues are gonna go. But if you could grow in the general fund on the property tax side and almost pull this 70 million out of the general fund and direct that 70 million directly towards transportation, voila, you've created yourself a local half-cent sales tax that can go directly towards transportation, right? I mean, we have the flexibility, if we wanted to, if we could budget that way, to actually direct this 70 million all towards transportation if we wanted to.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there you go, we got a half-cent sales tax right there. We could, if we could figure it out, and obviously I think to take 70 million out of the general fund, I think you could do it through a combination of growing the general fund by $70 million and also maybe finding that 70 million over a couple of years. But I think it'd be neat if you could actually just direct this local government half-cent sales tax to transportation.
Respectfully, Commissioner Hammond, I think that sounds great until you realize that you can't do anything else that money's been going to pay for now. So it's just like the property taxes on your house. It's just going to be a relabeled something else that we have to cut out something else to earmark that one fund. So just a different allocation.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, we did go from 692 to 732 million in just 1 year on our general fund. I mean, so there was growth in property tax revenue there. It's a shift. It's definitely not a new revenue, if you will.
Right.
It's a shift of revenues. But we've seen, if you look, man, 18, 19, I remember these days when we really only had a $450 million general fund, and today we're 732. We are getting new revenue every year from the new growth that's happening and the new properties coming online, and just property values have gone up over time. We hear this year they're going to be flat, and I understand that, but it'd be interesting to put a strategy together. I'd love to see what the model would look like.
Sure, and you could re-examine your priorities and budget that accordingly. I give you credit for that. It's just, it's not gonna be free,
Yeah.
is all my point was. It's gonna be a sacrificing something else, but a different allocation of priorities. If I may, can I segue into one other thing that I respectfully wanted to remind us of that Commissioner Greenwald brought up last year that doesn't cost us anything, but helps us bring in revenue for properties, is he made a point last year in strategic planning that he said if we make our permitting process and our inspection process and plan review process and some of these codes and ordinances to be easier and more streamlined and predictable for our property owners. Right now, you have people that may be renting a place and every month that they can't get a CO to move into their new house, to start getting that on the tax roll, to get in their new house, to stop paying mortgage and rent payments. That's a squeeze right now on property owners, and that if we can get government out of the way on certain things, I know that we've made some improvements on the processes and strategies, but I think continued efforts on some of those things, when you hear a permit for a driveway or a CO inspection may take an extra 30 or 60 days, those 30 days of paying double rent or double mortgage are a squeeze on property owners that I would like to see. The more often that, if the answer is always yes, why is that step necessary, that we can get some of those processes and procedures down to help the citizens have a more predictable outcome, get those properties on the tax rolls. They can't wait to move in and pay taxes, right? They want to be in their new dream house and get out of the rental that they're in and get into that new investment. So I think the more that we can assist them in helping that process, those positive ripple effects will come back in spades to all the citizens here as well. So I know that we've made some progress. Do you want to talk about any of those steps that have happened over the last 12 months with some of the codes? And
Yes, Mark, would you like to provide an update?
Thank you, Dave. Great comment, Commissioner. I appreciate you recognizing that those review times and permit issuance has sped up over the last couple of years. I know we dealt with a deluge of permits over the last 3 years because of the hurricane, but I think the team is caught up. I think there's a lot of improvements we can still make, particularly on the review times. I think we're down to we were before the hurricane at this point. Doesn't mean we can't improve. I think looking at technology such as AI might help us cut down on the review times. But really what I think most of the gain we can make in time is ensuring that when we have an application come into community development for review, that it's a full application, that it's well thought out, so that there's no back and forth, where there's no projections. If you look at some of the data we collected, I can share it with the board, we still have a pretty high rejection rate, meaning that when an applicant submits, we're reviewing and sending it back for them for changes. And I think that's really where you can cut down on your time. If we can get a nice application at the very beginning, the review can go a lot quicker, and we can get to issuance faster. As far as inspections are concerned, I can share
Hey,
that
Mark,
data as well.
Before you get into inspections, can you talk about what you and your team have done to help people, individuals that are submitting those? You've worked with a bunch of different entities to say, hey, look, let me help you before you put a submittal in. Can you explain a little bit about that?
Absolutely. When we first tackled this problem, we brought a roundtable of engineers as well as developers in to talk to community development, to share some of their frustrations with our system, if you will, and make some changes there. And I think a lot of the improvements we made were based upon input we got from the industry and from the community. We'll continue to do that. And I think there are some things that we can do systematically that could shorten that time frame a bit more. A lot of this process, we've been doing things the same way for 20 years. And we often ask ourselves, why are we asking for that? Or why do we need it at this particular time? We've actually had some people do some review in the field for us. We've empowered the inspectors to be able to go out and look at revisions that have been made to applications in the field, so that we can come back to the office for a review person to make the judgment on whether or not it meets the code. So I think any opportunity we can find in order to streamline the process we're taking, and I appreciate the patience of the board. I think there's still a lot more that we can do. I would encourage anybody who's having frustrations with our processes, if you would contact either myself or Mickey. We're all problem-solving oriented, and as soon as we can understand the problem, get our arms around it, and if there's a way to fix it, we have fixed it. And obviously, we're still opening up our codes and regulations. That's a process that's ongoing, and identifying ways that we can become more efficient that way. So any constituents you have that have a frustration, I would highly recommend them send them that way, please.
Yep, I just want to say thank you and all your staff and Mickey staff for when we have those issues come up. They've been really receptive and working with people. What's funny is a lot of times people complain about not getting back something on time. When you actually look into it, the other company or contractor did not submit something yet. They're like, well, wait for the permit. Well, you got it. We're still waiting for you to respond.
Right.
But they have it back. So it's just some communication when you get other vendors and contractors in place and everything. But thank you for you and your staff for doing that. So.
Yeah, each party has to do their half. We've talked about that, no matter how many times you submit it wrong, it's not going to get approved, right? So, but at the same time, when it is ready to go, then we need to be able to catch the ball and run with it. And I wanted to compliment you and your team as well, because when people do email me about a permit issue, I mean, you've resolved those very quickly. I mean, we've had very, very high success rate with those matters, and I really appreciate it. And I do think that you also did an owner-builder specialist. Don't we have a special line for those non-professional applicants to get assistance in their applications to help them with that initial submittal?
That is true. You can walk into the office. A lot of owner builders don't do things with the Excel system and apply online. They come into the lobby, and we do have a counter just for them, and we have a specific person in permit that actually is assigned to those cases.
I think it's very helpful for they don't have professional help, so they need us to be their professional help. So kudos to you for that. One last comment on this, and then when we're taking apart the codes and ordinances review, one of the things that I learned during the year is that we don't necessarily have a dedicated staff that specifically has a full-time job to do that. That's sort of a interim or a filler process, side process, I'll say, rather than a core responsibility. Is there something with the other board members would be worth encouraging, maybe having a key person that is their main focus, so that we have somebody with a dedicated process focus to help streamline those regulations that might take 4 or 12 months. Maybe it's only 30 days worth of press to get one of those things accomplished, that we could streamline that to be faster, if you follow. Is that worth considering?
Yeah, we can look at that, definitely.
Yeah, you're correct, Commissioner. Right now, it's a team approach, and they are assigned other duties. mostly in plan review, some in zoning, so they all chip in looking at those regulations. But we don't have someone full-time focused just on improving those regulations.
Just want to just say one thing. If we have to talk about in the future, the infrastructure sales tax, like a 0.5 sales tax current revenue from last year, how much is that a year? How much does it generate? 0.5 cents?
Commissioner, I'll start the answer this way. A cent, because I have the cent here, is 231 million. And of that 231 million, the Board of County Commissioners would receive 142 million, and then the cities would receive the remainder. So a
So
half cent
it would be 71 million.
71 million.
So in the future, we have to talk about it. My position on this whole thing is, I think it would work, and it's worked positively in other parts of the state, when you identify a project or projects and with a sunset date. For example, if you say, we're gonna build Burnsville Road and Alico Road, both parts of the county getting, you identify the cost for both projects, $300 million, you say, I'm gonna do a 0.5 cent sales tax for 3 years, for example. And at 3 years, it sunsets, it doesn't come back. Everybody knows in 3 years it's gone, but we're gonna get these 2 projects out of it. That's a successful way, I think, of doing that. Where like, school board's 10 years and it goes back on the ballot. I wouldn't even want it to be back on the ballot unless there's an identified project. I think if you identify something like that, here's how you benefit, everybody's paying for it, and it goes away. That's just my personal opinion on that. You know, because people don't mind paying. I don't mind paying for something I know what I'm getting. It's something we need. I have no problem with that. Saying you're going to do this sales tax to build something, we're going to find something to build in the future once we build these other projects. That's not good. Once you sunsets completely, you know. Any thoughts on that? Any comments about that?
I mean, I think you're right, Commissioner. You know, I think Rob has a list of tier 2, tier 3, and we can identify exactly what projects we're looking to make the priority. Obviously, get the greatest return on investment, you know, but also to look at that, I think if you identify anything and you let the constituent know, here's what we're going to do, here's the project we're going to implement, here's how we're going to go through, I think that's very straightforward.
It's cheaper in the long run. A lot of areas pick toll roads, for example. You take Orange County, Kissimmee, Osceola, they like toll roads, so they do all the 436s and 470s. That's great, but you actually look at the cost of how much to inflate that toll, manage it, collect it. You know, half the fees you're collecting goes to, you know, administration, where this is a one-time fee, you get it, and then you spend it to build it, then the road's maintained on our current network. So we have to maintain the road in the future. But that's the one way of identifying it, and then we all know it's going to end after so many 36 months, 24 months, but then it goes away. I think that's people will be more acceptable of that, knowing that, compared to just having a 10-year, you know, open door like that.
I think, you know, the issue you have is that enterprise funds in general, you know, especially transportation, you have limited options to use. So to your point, tolls are more common. I come from the Northeast, you know, that's much more commonplace up there, but it's either tolls or sales tax, and, you know, and sales tax is easier,
Right.
less implementation, and I think you could target, in my mind, I look at this, here's what we can do with the projects, you build it backwards, to say, okay, what projects are our priorities as a board?
What we're going to say was Commissioner Maluka, since he wasn't here, we did a sales tax while we said it was your idea, so.
Oh, good, you got it all fixed? Well, that's a relief, thank you.
No, I was just saying, I think in the future, we have to talk about what happens with state infrastructure sales tax. It creates like $71 million a year, 142 for the county. I was saying, if you kind of promote it like we're going to build 2 projects, Burnsville Road and Alico, for example, and it's a 3-year total build out for that. Collect for 3 years. 3 years, it sunsets, it doesn't come back. There's no voting. Once the projects are built, the sunset taxation goes away. I think that states have done, counties have done that before, was identified with a closing date. People are more acceptable just having an open, we're going to keep building, we're going to find something to spend the money on now. When government has money to spend like that, it's kind of like impact fees, they're going to find a way to spend it. So once it's built and it's funded, then the tax goes away. So that's what we're talking about. That was it, though.
I'm glad you got it all fixed without me, but to echo your comments, I think I said at MPO, I said, we have to have a way to deliver to the taxpayers the effective use of the money. If we ask for the new money, they don't want it to be swept. They don't want it to be in a black hole. They don't want to maybe buy buses, you know, they want to know it's going for asphalt, right? Or that bridge or that project to be tangible and make sure it's delivered in the right manner. So they know they're making a buying decision with their dollars, right? So I echo support for those same comments.
Any more comments on that? Or
Well,
go
if
ahead.
memory serves me correctly, I believe Collier County did this, but they put an actual cap on the dollar amount they raised. So like they said, we wanted to raise, go somewhere around $500 million. And so they collected the tax, and then it had an automatic sunset once they reached the dollar amount that they were looking for,
I hadn't heard that.
if I remember right.
I mean, I think you can do something like that once you identify the projects you want to have.
Right.
I think at the end of the day, the most important thing is that what project are we trying to achieve as a board, what's our priorities? And you can work into any formula. I think Pete then can say, based on these projects, we need to get bond council involved, and it's going to be, those calculations, 1% sales tax on 12 projects, we need to raise that. And you'll be able to see that very clearly.
Right.
So put it in priority order.
I was excited to see the chart when you say the wish list for the tier 3, you know, the someday list, to think of it with the 1% could be tangible in the next 15 years, you know, that would have the ability to deliver those projects and really have a substantive timeline. That was encouraging, but again, it's a lot of money, and you want to make sure that people want to know they're getting what they paid for, but to really bring reality to the tier 2 and tier 3 wish list timeline that we just don't know how to plant our feet on, that was something that I thought was encouraging.
You know, my question still remains similar to what the folks at the MPO asked, though, and that is, so in this year, where honestly, it's going to be a priority for the governor and a priority for many people in the legislature to run around the state and say, hey, local governments are wasting your money. How do we get the message out that this wouldn't be a waste of their money, right? I mean, it's true, we're going to be going up against some people with a lot of deep pockets that their goal is to make it sound like we're wasting their money and they should take away property taxes.
In all due respect, Brian, I mean, you've done a great job, certainly Commissioner Pendergrass, of setting the tone. I mean, I think you're not going to find a municipality as large as ours have a stagnant or lower millage rate over the last 20, 25 years. I mean, that's where I think credibility comes instantaneously. It's difficult if you do that, you just raised your millage rate, 2 years ago, and you're talking about having additional revenue. You seem like you're not really conservative. I think you've done a great job, and I think the story, if you're ever going to tell the story, is now. Unfortunately, a couple of years, you're going to have enterprise funds that go up in increases. How do you pay for solid waste? How do you pay for reclaimed water? Those are going to have additional increases as well. So this is just something from a timing point of view. It's the wrong time, because it seems like everything's happening at one time right now. It really is. It's a conversation. I'd love to just understand how many projects we have, what are our priorities, at least for nothing else, at least do the exercise and say, okay, it's these 7 projects, when we sales tax for a penny for 7 years, and here's what we do. I would love to, at least, we don't have to decide that, but at least it's nice to see. It's hard for someone that's been on the FPO for 19 years to look at this and say, okay, this project's going to be done, we're starting 2036. It just seems like it's a long time away, and you've been waiting another 5 years to begin with, and then some more 10 years to go.
David, you can answer this question, or Richard too. If you did something like that in the future, say towards roads, say 2, 3 road projects, could you add the civic center to that too? Does it all have to be infrastructure? Because that's would that be considered Parks and Rec? Would that still be considered public use infrastructure?
I'll let you answer the legal aspect.
Thank you. At the 40,000 foot level, depending on what you're talking about with regard to the civic center, that could quite possibly be a legitimate project for sales tax funding, yes.
And would it have to go on the ballot?
Yes.
So, I mean, there's something you could actually label as a community need, public need. I mean, they're going to need roads, we're going to need a park. I'm just throwing out there, you could add that to that list of 2 or 3 road projects and a regional park like that.
Correct.
Yeah.
Just to expand on that, I think, wouldn't it be capital projects that don't really have a revenue source that we'd have to provide for the community could be potentially, sales tax might be an avenue to pursue?
Yes, but I think that goes more toward the saleability of the concept.
Right.
That's not a legal requirement. For instance, you could use bed tax money for civic center funding, or a portion of civic center funding. That would not prohibit you from using sales tax revenue as well. Just one additional thought when we talk about general obligation bonds, please keep in mind that just as an additional sales tax, a GO bond would require a voter referendum as well. The board would have to put that out for a vote of the population.
So we have our transportation priorities coming up in, I think, March 17th. We could run a scenario to bring a number of, so we already have our tiers, we already know the priorities. We can run a couple scenarios for you based on the highest priority road projects. We can also do a scenario for you related to the Civic Center after the transportation priorities. Add that component in to show you what that rough cost would be and a mechanism of potentially how many years that would take to reach that number. We could do the scenario that Commissioner Hammond mentioned is just a hard cap, or we could show what you'll generate. We could do a hard cap, what our projection would be, and then we could show what you would do if you just did how many X years. So if you did 5 years, we'll show you that number, and then we'll just show you a hard cap based on our projections for the projects.
I'd really be interested in seeing that and to lay it out, what that 1% looks like and how it would actually impact these projects, if it's worth that investment of our taxpayers' money. And then two, to see the impact to households broken down into all the different categories.
I have a question. I know Bristol, we keep talking about Bristol Road. I know staff's been talking about it. Commissioner Hammond, thank you for working with the Cape Coral Council. Do you ever get a response back from Cape Coral, just verbally or any kind of communication about their impact fee collection, about using that from Commissioner Wayne? Did you have any conversation with them?
I mean, Dave and I have certainly met with the mayor and certainly the city manager, so I don't think they're closed-minded on that. I just want to understand what it is and how do we do it. I think there's a great deal of anxiety to do that road for a multitude of reasons. They use it as evacuation route, but I think they're more than open-minded, at least in the conversations we've had. If I'm wrong, Dave, hop in, but I think they're more than open-minded to participate with us.
What I'm saying is, I wouldn't ask them for the money they don't have. Do we know how much money they have reserved for their impact fee collection for that
The other
district?
thing that they have right now is the Distance Institute and Mobility Fee, so they'll have the
Well,
ability to,
I wouldn't
that's a
ask-
new revenue stream
Yeah.
for them, which obviously addresses.
I'm just talking for that area, that district. I totally understand. I don't want them not trying to get them to give something, but if we all want the road built sooner than later, if they have, I don't know how much money they have in their funds. If they have hundreds of $1 millions sitting there for impact fees, they're not spending it on other road projects. They could step up and say, we're gonna use it. If they don't have the money, obviously, we wouldn't ask for it. So, I don't know.
If I may, I think one of the sticking points is I think they would, it's a limited access road.
Right.
So one of the sticking points that they would probably want more access. I think we could work some of that out because we did mention potentially.
Hopefully, it's kind of like a freeway, point A to point B. They don't want many.
Correct.
We deny a lot of access.
So I think that would be, just for transparency's sake, I think that would be one of their top priorities. I think Rob and I got that as well on a separate conversation. I think they would want a number of accesses. I think that would be negotiated, obviously, but that would be probably key.
I've always been open to that, as long as it's done in a safety manner, as
Yep.
far as acceleration lane, turn lanes, and whatever it may be, access, right in, right outs to get people to keep the roads safe. But, if we're sitting here with money and funds, we're all sitting there with money and funds, and we're not doing the projects, that's very frustrating. If they don't have the money, then that's fine. I just didn't know where the communication was with there, and it's unfortunate it's kind of a sticky point. Sometimes we don't want to have that discussion with, the different councils and people. Yeah, we have to have it. So hopefully they step up and help if they can. Okay. Does anybody want to take a break before we're already 2 hours into this. We hour before lunch, so take a 10-minute break, restroom break. Thank you. We're all here? Okay. So the next topic, if we could reconvene here, would be set the tone for the budget.
I think we did that with the flat budget.
Okay, I think we pretty much, yeah.
Can you just for the 17th, is it okay to you bring, if it's okay with the board, to bring back a couple different scenarios on what sales tax might look like, these 6 projects, maybe going over A, going over B, these 8 projects, and these 12, just so we have an idea of what we're talking about.
Yeah, we can run a couple scenarios. I think we'll do one based on projects and the associated costs with it. We'll also do, based on what Commissioner Hammond said, a flat number, so we'll give you 2 flat numbers. How long that would take to achieve that number, and then we'll do one during transportation priorities, and then we'll do one specific to the Civic Center.
Could we also just do it with projects that don't have a funding source?
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, because I guess
Brentford Road may be able to have
Yes,
an alternative.
correct.
Midpoint.
Alico and Corkscrew, you have the funding, so we'll look at all the projects that aren't funded. We'll do a scenario with Burnt Store and without Burnt Store.
We'll see what, we have those numbers that goes based upon the transportation, but like we talked, you mentioned the Civic Center, Mike Greenwell's Regional Park. We don't really know what that project, what we decide, we don't have a plan there yet, either to build back another huge theater like we have now, that could be used for large events with more seating, and building, obviously, the 4-H programs out on the south side, so we don't really have a plan of cost. It could be 20 million, it could be 100 million, based upon what we decide to build as far as parking, infrastructure in that park, so. Unless you have something else to go with there.
Well, we can come up with, again, we already have one scenario, but we can come up with a number of scenarios for you. One of the scenarios was a short-term scenario, even though it doesn't sound short-term when I throw out the cost, of a $40 to $60 million multi-purpose facility, which would still allow for the Civic Center in the future, based on where we put on the footprint. But we can also just get you an estimate on replacing the Civic Center and the maintenance building itself. And that would include, either scenario would include recreational upgrades for the park and 4-H. So that was our thought process when we threw that initial 40 to 60 out regarding the rec center, or multi-purpose facility. We did have some recreational upgrades in the park itself. So we can run those scenarios as well.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on that topic? No? Okay. So, set the tone for the budget, kind of, we talked about that earlier. set
Yeah,
the
flat budget, so we're prepared, yep.
Okay. The next one, F, was future of the Civic Center. So, any other comments about that? Mr. Petrowski?
I like the existing draft scenario with the possibility to expand and investing real dollars and.
I'm sorry. Let me start over. So, I support the draft plan that Dave just mentioned, with the ability to expand into a new future Civic Center from there. And I'd like to see us do whatever we can to support the Greenwell Park project, so.
Trish, you had something to say?
Yeah, I'm just, very excited that it's on here and that everybody's kind of, trying to figure out solutions. I like the initial proposal and even the idea you just, kind of threw out there about the existing, moving forward. I don't know if it's a potential for not just the 17th conversation, because it seems like a bigger conversation than just, hey, here's this 1% possibility, and we could maybe throw some over here. I don't know if there's a possibility that maybe we do like a breakout for it and dig in a little deeper. I don't know if there's enough there, but I definitely would like to see that so we can really figure out more what we want for the future of the Civic Center, how are we going to go about funding it, and so on.
If I may.
Yeah, good.
What we could do is, on the 17th, if we get some general consensus from the board, we could follow up shortly after with a specific workshop on the Civic Center itself, and then delve into that a little bit deeper. So if you kind of give us general direction of, hey, we want multi-purpose facility, or hey, we'd rather have the Civic Center come back as is, enhanced. We can come back with that. We just need to narrow down what your direction is, and then we can come back with some scenarios there as well.
Are you asking for that today?
No, we'll do that on the 17th,
Okay.
where we can lay out some ideas for you, costs, because I don't really have a cost right now on an estimated cost on what a replacement of the Civic Center would be, but we would have that by the 17th. And then, depending on your direction, we'll bring back a full-blown, in detail conversation about that specific direction.
I think, though, that's my point, is like, I don't know if that meeting on the 17th would be enough allowance to figure out that which route and direction to go forward into the workshop. But maybe so the workshop is more towards, here's all the options, now let's go forward into planning.
Yeah, if for some reason we are unable to get direction, we'll follow up right away. I was just trying to time them, but we can time it back to back. We can have multiple workshops.
Okay.
So if it doesn't work on the 17th and you want to have time to study the scenarios, which we'll try to get to you before the workshop, we can have a specific workshop to that and then a follow-up afterwards to get in the weeds based on that direction. So however it works, we're flexible, however the board wants to make this happen.
Is it possible we can include, one, the possible funding from the state legislative budget, and also maybe looking at options of discussing what P3 may look like if it's a possibility for that site, but just looking at every possible scenario. And that's why I think it'd be important to do this workshop, so that we're having every way that we have exhausted.
Yeah, yes. The only difficulty we would probably have is related to the P3 itself. We would have to obviously put out a solicitation and work that scenario. And obviously, after the solicitation, you have to go through a negotiation with the P3 on what they would need, how, you know, that process. So we can give you a general idea on a P3, but it won't be in great detail until you go through those iterations. So yeah, but we can give you a good idea, because Glenn and I and Pete have actually been involved in a number of scenarios. Specifically, it wasn't recent, but the most recent one we dealt with was the City of Palms. Many years ago, we worked on a P3 with the City of Palms. And we can tell you all the scenarios that we dealt with the P3 back then, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, we can do that.
I appreciate it, having more group time to talk about the Civic Center. I mean, I like what we're looking at, the idea of the rec center, the, giant multi-purpose building, that would be even larger than this one, similar to what we have in Estero, that could maybe have that outdoor concert venue with it. Before we would go down the path of a big, potentially $100 million or more actual concert venue that would be indoors, I think we definitely would want to undertake some market study and analysis to see if that really is, needed. I know we want it because I know what we had and I know what we got when I was a kid, but so much stuff has been built in this county that would compete with it too. I mean, JetBlue Park is even having its own concerts now too. So, I mean, you just got to look at the market study too. You would hate to spend that amount of taxpayer dollars on something and then find that there wasn't a market for it. So I'm just trying to be wise with everybody's money.
That's a great point, Commissioner. I believe after our initial round, the board's initial round of discussions regarding the Civic Center, we did a survey of the community. So it's probably a good idea to, as we progress and we start to narrow down some ideas, is to have that additional survey out there to discuss different options that are being discussed internally, so that they can see those and also comment on what they'd like to see beyond that. So that's a great point.
Thank you. Other comments about that? Okay. Communication, you won't go into that? Any questions about that? Do you have any updates on our communications as far as, obviously, our goal is always trying to communicate the good things we're doing here at the county, and staff's doing a good job with that. It's just the frustration that obviously is nothing on our part. It's just there's so many different means of communicating. I mean, you can say, you can run a news story, probably a news story, and only 10 people see it because there's so many different venues and people. A lot of people don't get cable anymore. They don't get local stations. They stream stuff. So just trying to get that message out. Some people think the news press doesn't even exist anymore in Lee County. So it's surprising. People are like, oh, I saw the news press. And they're like, what? News what? They didn't know anything about it. So it's just frustrating. So did you have any update for our staff, what we're doing and how we're trying to communicate, trying to stay ahead of things? It's obviously, things spread through social, everything from Nextdoor to Facebook, and all the fake news that comes out of all the different venues like that.
Yes, I do. Chris, would you mind providing an update on where we're at with our communication team?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity. So, Commissioner, completely understand, the way people get news now is continuing to change due to social media platforms, mostly. So our team really focuses on our e-newsletter and getting the word out on having our constituents sign up for our e-newsletter. We send out social media posts. Pretty much any civic or community group that we talk to, We provide them that information on how to follow us on our social media channels, but as well as signing up for that newsletter. And our team also works with a lot of our communities and associations to create databases that are sometimes a little bit more topic specific, so that if there is an issue that is happening that is a topic specific or project based, we have a direct database that we can put email messages out to them to inform people of the status of that project or where the board is as far as the topic is concerned. I touched a little bit on our social media. We have a social media team that not only works with all of our departments internally, but also works with all of our partners, whether it be the municipalities, the health system, the school system, to help cross-promote messages that we are putting out. So not only do we put them out on our social media channels, we work with our partners throughout the county and sometimes throughout the state to be able to put important messaging out. So we follow each other's channels, and we will push information out in those manners. We also have tools that we utilize to help us analyze what topics are trending within the social media platforms, see what has traction and what doesn't have traction, so that we can work collectively to decide what type of messaging we should be putting out into the community. Is it something that we think is important, or is it something that's really important that we need to follow up with the community? Our PIO, Betsy Clayton, she works very closely with our traditional media outlets, the newsrooms, as well as the press, so that if there is incorrect information that is going out, she can reach out directly to those newsrooms and to those editors to let them know that there is incorrect information. And while the news story might have run and we can't go back and edit what people have already seen, oftentimes she is very successful in having the newsrooms put updates on their social media platforms so that there is a mechanism to try to correct that information that is out there. As well as the county taking opportunities through our messaging to make sure that the right message, the correct information is going out to the communities. And when we do that sometimes at a departmental level, we have a number of departments that have their own social media platforms. And sometimes if it is more of a policy or county-wide issue, we'll take those opportunities to put the correct information out through our channels there as well.
Any comments? Any comments or anything anybody adds or anything we could be doing differently or?
No, and thank you for that. I agree. It can be challenging when you may give a 5-minute interview to somebody and they pick which 18 seconds they wanted to quote out of that interview, and it's important to get it right. But I say there's a lot of things going right around here in Lee County, and all of these public announcements that we do, we put on our website, we have in our newsletters, right? So I think, one of the things, like you said, to mention that aging media, former media outlet, we need to be our own best promoter of these things and encourage people to engage in the subscriptions to our newsletter so that they see in real time what the real issues are and let people understand. People don't always realize. They say, I didn't know that was going to be on your agenda next week. I didn't know it was on your agenda last week. I don't know that happened, right? So I know we're constantly promoting those things, but our Facebook followers need to be, try to rival what the, news outlets may be getting for their clicks. If there's a way that we can dial up our presence to cast a wider net to promote the good work of this county, I certainly encourage that any way we can.
Do we have, I know so many different venues, I know we follow the Facebook stuff, but like next door, for example, there's so many different communities, you can't really follow that. A lot of this stuff kind of starts there, then it expands to Facebook, and then it goes somewhere else, and it's just fun. Do we monitor that at all, any type of certain sites or anything?
We currently use most of the what I would call traditional at this point social media. So Facebook, Instagram, we have YouTube and LinkedIn. To your point, a lot of those neighborhood social media platforms are very kind of small, community based, and there are some challenges to being able to monitor all social media platforms that kind of exist in cyberspace. So our efforts are focused on those traditional ones and those newsletters. So, you know, if we're talking to a community group that is, you know, dealing with some things, we will work with them so that we can send their kind of primary contact within a community to send them specific messaging that they can then put out either through their database or through their social media platform. So we try to work with key players, stakeholders within each of those communities to help proliferate the message and the information.
Yeah, I think that's the frustration. Sometimes something will start that's totally incorrect, and it just spreads, and after somebody sees it on so many different sites, they believe it's true, you know, for example, you know, so very frustrating. We have to deal with that from our county side, then we have to deal with it from a political side too, from our campaign side. So it's just frustrating because, you know, people start the stories with that, you know, very inaccurate information, and it spreads, and people, unfortunately, are, you know, some people are ignorant. They read stuff, and they believe it. You know, they don't understand it. Anybody have any comments on how we can do things better as far as communicating? And one thing is we see here, we've seen it continues to happen in Lee County, is our local news stations are continuing to be like a breeding ground of just, you know, they come to get out of school, they come to work here, and they're gone in 2 or 3 years. You know, I think Madison Adams contacted last night. She's leaving NBC this week or last week. Her 3-year contract's up. So every day there's new people starting different NBC, Wink and stuff. And it's unfortunate we don't get to keep somebody more in the area that knows the county, knows what's happened, knows the history. You know, they don't understand things because they come here from out of state. They move here from Pittsburgh, and they just, you know, they know the area. They just understand water quality issues. They don't understand budget. They don't understand the history of for example, the Civic Center, or they understand that, you know, what's happening in East Lee County with the growth in Charlotte County. They don't understand the dynamics, how that all started 15 years ago at Babcock. They think it's something happened overnight, would change the character of the community, but it's been going on. And so this is really unfortunate. They'll do stories on a road they've never been down before. They'll literally would do a story and, well, what do you think about Barnstable Road? Well, have you been down Barnstable Road? Well, no. Okay. Well, why don't you go out there and check it out before you do a story? But they'll still do the story anyway, though. So that's unfortunate. This area constantly doesn't retain people in that, so you don't have the history and the knowledge of the reporters we used to have. So, Brian?
You know, you sparked an idea, Commissioner. One of the best tools that we used to have that everybody who I knew who went through it had just such a new opinion of the county and local government and how it works was Lee Grows. I think everybody who used to go through Lee Grows would come out of there saying, wow, it's impressive to see the things that you guys have done to respond to the local community and serve the local community. And I would be in support of reinstituting Lee Grows. However, I also am realistic that you can't reach everybody through Lee Grows. I know we've got a new website coming up, and I wonder if on our new website we could almost create like a little digital version of Lee Grows, if you will, and then somehow get that out to people. Because I do think there's a certain amount of education that needs to take place. I get questions all the time from people, and they say, you know, and this is more because I live in Cape Coral, but why do you guys keep building so many car washes? And, you know, you got to kind of tell them it's actually not, they're not government car washes. You know, they're actually not government-run storage units. You know, that's a private property owner who, you know, wanted to go into that business. And in America, we have a free market capitalist, you know, society where you can do that. And if you turn in an application that meets all the land development rules, then you're going to get that application most likely approved. And so just kind of helping people understand what is the local government's actual role in evaluating and planning new things, you know, versus what, you know, I think people kind of forget those things because they're busy. They're raising their family, they're doing their jobs, and they maybe don't remember how all that works.
Well,
sorry.
Go ahead, Trish.
That's just a great example of that incremental, like, how do we bridge the gap? One of the things that someone brought up in one of our tours was, he's like, I'm a father and of a young child where both my wife and I work, and we can't attend your meetings. We don't get information. Like, where is a consistent location that we can get information? And I think that Lee Grows, having that into our new website would be great if we can look into doing that. And then that way people have a trusted source, like with, you know, other media, the outlets that are out there, that they know this is where I can go to get that, you know, proper information. So I like that idea.
And you're right, we heard at the last zoning hearing, it's over now, we talk about now what people thought why are we building something, allowing something to be built on Stringfellow Road? Well, we, like you said, we don't do that. It's America. People have rights to build on their property, have 99 uses of that land, so they're gonna build a car wash for some reason. But people are not gonna spend $2 million, I don't think, to build a car wash, for example, if there's not a market's driving it. I personally, I hear it all over the county, not just Cape Coral, but when they say the thing, why is there so many car washes? Well, because there's so many cars. I mean, there's so many cars, so there'll be so many car washes. And I personally understand what the big deal is. That doesn't bother me, be a car wash or a coffee shop. Either way, it doesn't matter to me. If I'm not going to go there, I'm not going to go there. But I still understand why people have a big hang up on car washes for some reason. But they go there because they wouldn't be doing so much business, you know. Lee Groves, Dave, remind me, why did we stop? Was that because of COVID we stopped doing the tours, like once a month tours?
Yes, it was stopped. I'm sorry. Yes, it was stopped during COVID, and I think it was a decision, a management decision at the time not to bring it back, based on Chris.
Yeah, I just wanted to hop in on that. It was certainly COVID, and then shortly after, there was a lot of discussions about, you know, how do we bring that back? Is there a way for us to bring that back? Because it is somewhat limited on how many people you can bring through the program. And then we had our Hurricane Ian, so we went into recovery mode, and so to your point, Commissioner Hammond, part of what Katie Welton is doing with Ashley Mason's team, so that's our digital media team and our IT team, is to talk about how we could do Lee Groves in a digital format to help increase our audience in educating folks on what the county actually does. But
It was a great program. I mean,
that's something that's in progress.
It was great because when we're out in the community, we hear people come to us and say, well, I've never been to the morgue. I've never been to the water treatment facility. I've never been to the jail. I've never been to, and what it was, I don't know, Patricia and David, what it was like a whole day program. We'd have, say, 30 citizens who would basically go on a tour of the day for the county. They would come here, they would go to the morgue, they would go to the jail, they would go to the facility, the water treatment facilities, they'd go out to the incinerator to see how that works with recycling. It was a great program. They would literally walk out of there and just say, wow, I didn't realize. People don't realize how many parks we have here, for example, 2020. It's unfortunate. They're parks. I'm always trying to stress, go out and use your parks. These are your parks. They're beautiful. Use them. So what would it take? Do we know how the resources we just wanted to, like once a month again, start doing the physical tours up again with the people? Was it a staffing issue before? I know the hurricanes are with now, but was it more of a staffing issue? Did they have enough staff to do it?
Well, I think to Chris's point, we had two major events that happened back to back. There was discussion of, as Chris mentioned, of instead of doing the labor-intensive actual tours, we would do it virtually. And of course, the hurricane stopped that. So,
Right.
but I know, like Chris said, and I forgot to mention that she has been working with her team to look at bringing it back virtually. If the board so chooses, we could look at and provide you information rather quickly on actual tours again. And did we do them? We did them. I can't remember how often we did them. Chris, do you remember?
If I remember correctly, I think we only, yeah, it's like a 6-week program that we did quarterly.
Okay.
Because, you know, to your point with all of the, with all the amenities that the county has, or places, there's not a way to really kind of do that. And there wasn't a way to do that in a one-day stop all tour. So it was a 6-week.
The virtual would be good if we get people to actually physically watch it, participate. That's the challenge, trying to get them to do that. It's just nice when they could spend the day, you know, most of the time it was retirees, but we had some people that were working to take the day off from work to come and see the courthouse and the facility. But yeah, just keep us updated on the
Okay.
virtual. We'll see where that lands.
Okay.
Anybody have any comments about that or anything? No?
No, it's a great program. I was not familiar with that particular program myself, but I like the idea that I did Leadership Lee County through the chamber, you know, 2002, to have a similar process, but I had to pay a fee to be part of that program. So if it's a free service to the public to experience all those great resources that we have and get a perspective of the county government, I think that's great. One other thing I would encourage any of the public that are listening, you know, we get, the diversity of emails that we get in this job is astounding still to me at this point. But if you have a question on an actual policy issue, please email your commissioners and let us get a chance to answer those questions. We get accused of renaming highways, you know, and other things that are just by somebody's podcast or Facebook page, creates a false rumor. And if you actually want to know the truth, feel free to reach out to us, and we can get you the right information to the right person. And again, to encourage us to sign up for our newsletters and make sure that you understand you're getting the right facts from the actual people doing the work and not just rumor mills from
It's so
Facebook
so
pages.
refreshing to provide people our website and say, go to the website. You can go to the portal. You can see anything you want. They're like, we don't. You guys aren't telling us anything. Everything's hidden. I'm like, no. Have you gone to their website? Well, no. We'll go to their website. You go to their website and look this up. You can look for any project you want to see, the start date, costs, who the contractors are, if it's a road project, for example. And people are just not aware of it until they, unfortunately, complain. Otherwise, everybody else, the other 850,000 people right now driving to work, going to work right now, taking care of their families. They're not complaining about anything. So the ones that are concerned and asking questions, once they see the information, they should be satisfied with that. Any other questions or comments? No? Okay. Term limits. Thought we had term limits. Term limits for Congress, maybe?
I think that might be above our pay grade. So
I'll take this one, and thank you for putting this on the agenda. As everybody here, but Trish will probably recall, I think I had brought this up about a year ago to check in about the subject of term limits, and I wanted to thank Commissioner Hammond Pendergrast for having the foresight years ago to install 12-year term limits on the county commissioners. That was not required and not mandated by the state, but you had the foresight and conservative values to see those. So thank you for that. But I had asked the question last year of the county attorney's office at one of our meetings that could we also put on the ballot initiative to include term limits for our constitutional officers? And so I would like to bring that back before us to discuss the possibility of a 2026 amendment on the ballot to install what I would like us to consider actually 8-year term limits for both the Board of County Commissioners and our constitutional officers, so that this is truly a public service position and not a career politician scenario for any of these offices. So, and give the opportunity for future stakeholders that want to run for open seats to have a predictable calendar so that they understand what the possibility is to have those opportunities. So I bring that to you for discussion.
Can we do that to the constitutional officers, or I remember we asked about that before, as far as setting term limits from a county perspective?
Commissioners, based on a reading of the two salient Florida Supreme Court opinions dealing with the subject matter, we believe the Board of County Commissioners would have the authority to place the matter on the general referendum for voter approval, because you would be in effect changing the Lee County Charter. So the mechanics in order to do that would be the board would initially adopt an ordinance setting forth the requisite terms in terms of limits, when they would become effective, and the like. You would adopt that as an ordinance, and part of that ordinance then would be to set it for a referendum ballot election by the citizens of Lee County, which would have to take place at a general election ballot. So that would be 26 at the earliest. So that would be the mechanics. We believe we have that, the Board of County Commissioners has that authority based on a reading of the two most prominent cases. But as we pointed out back in April, that specific question has not been directly answered by the Florida Supreme Court. But by synthesizing these two cases, we believe the board would have that authority.
Now, the state attorney would be separate, because that seat's by a judicial seat, and it's like 5 counties, so it wouldn't affect the state attorney. It'd just be the other 3 constitutional officers.
That's correct.
Of the county, the constitutional officers.
Well, would it be the sheriff, the property appraiser, the tax collector, the supervisor of
Yeah,
elections,
4,
and the clerk of courts? It would be those 5?
Yes.
Yeah.
I apologize, it would be the 5, yes.
5, yeah, that's the 3, sorry, 5. Now, Dave, you mentioned, did you say the Board of County Commissioners, we're going to take ours away? No, I'm joking. You said 8 years for them too?
We're going
Yeah.
to erase our term limits and just impose it on them. No, that's not what I said. My
Oh, your
suggestion
mic,
was-
Commissioner, you got it. There you go.
I apologize. No, the subject that I brought up was 8-year term limits across the board.
I understand being consistent. I was just, my personal, when we had this discussion years ago, we put our term limits on the table. The first motion was for 8 years for the county commission. And the time for me then was looking at what the county's done, look at the dynamics of the time, you know, that, knowing this job, how involved it is, so much knowledge is learned every day. You know, I've been here 13 years now. We learn something new every day almost. For me, I think being efficient is the 12 years. I was good with the 12 years because it's such a involved job. It wouldn't again be fair to the constitutionals. Tell them they got 8 years, but the county commissioners get 12. So I understand being consistent is better. So I had no problem with the term limits for constitutionals. I just, even for the constitutionals, I mean, it's 8 years, that's just 2 terms, but then it's just, some of those jobs are really institutional, for example, knowledge-wise, knowing the job, you know. It's like you heard Matt this morning speaking. I mean, he was a prop raiser before he was state rep. He was a prop raiser doing a state rep. He's still a prop raiser now doing his job. So we have that knowledge, institutional knowledge. It's hard to limit somebody just 8 years, but we can discuss it and see if anybody else have any comments about it or not. That's why we picked 12 years of what passed on our board was 12 years. Looking back, I'm glad we did 12 years. I mean, so we'll be gone in a couple of years as it is because we're going to be termed out. So after our next election, me and Commissioner Hammond. But, you know, I can't imagine thinking if we'd done 8, we'd be done already. You know?
We were just flying through capital projects. I'm telling you, the 8 years makes a lot of sense. But man, so like out this window over here, you'll see we've got a shuffleboard court that's getting a really great roof over it. So I got that in the budget in 2020, and it's not done yet. You know what I mean? And it was fully funded. It was fully funded in 2020. You know, Roger was the county manager at the time. We had the budget hearing. Mr. Biaggi came to the podium. He cried. He thanked us. It was amazing. It was a great day. And we're here 6 years later, and I mean, it's not done yet. So for whatever reason, and we can go through all the list of reasons. So I like the 12 years. When I proposed it and brought it forward, I was grateful for the team that supported the 12 years at the time. I don't know what problem we're going to solve by changing that now. But I would not be opposed to the idea of making the constitutionals equal to the commissioners at 12 years. Because, you know, what's good for us is probably good for them too. But
now we'll say that now.
They will say that, right. But, yeah.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. And I understand being consistent. I know the 8 years is consistent with the state's done with the House and Senate. But again, how does that work out for everybody? When you say, I know people were in the House and Senate before the term limits years ago, and you talk to the people that were involved with state politics 8 or 10 years ago, 20 years ago, they'll say, well, how's those term limits working out for you guys now? Because things happen now. Dynamics, I think, in Tallahassee is because of term limits. Everybody's got to get their stuff in really quick, and they got to get this stuff done. They push stuff through, and we see the results of that. It's unfortunate, but I have no problem with term limits because we don't, you know, we've had some constitutional stay here for 40-something years in office. But again, the voters, at the end of the day, the voters are the term limits. I mean, if we actually had engaged voters, I've said that years ago, we wouldn't have to have term limits because people would vote based upon performance. But over the years, we've had a few people stay longer than probably should have or could have. But I would never try to come back and stay any longer beyond our term limits because you always challenge, you know, words, consistent, move to a different district or something like that. I would never want to stay in longer than 12 years myself. But something we could think about it, or we just want to just throwing it out there now.
I'd like to bring it back to the board for at a real meeting to have
like a
this
workshop,
discussion.
kind of, on a workshop perspective, or as an agenda item?
We're in a workshop. Wouldn't the next step be an agenda item?
I mean, would we want to talk to the constitutionals too and just kind of not get their approval, obviously, just say, hey, what do you think? I think most of them probably like, you know, the current constitutionals were probably okay with it, you know, because it would start the next election cycle. It's kind of like started with us. People for some reason thought me and Commissioner Hammer turned out this year. We're like, no, we're still good because it didn't start till 2018. So if you put that on the ballot, are you trying to do that 26 this year?
Yeah.
There's a timing thing as far as that, as far as the language. So I think the supervisor election have to have language by June 10th, I believe, for referendum. It has to be 75 words or less. But then, so you got it 2026, it wouldn't take effect till 2028. So.
You actually have a choice if you.
Right, so the current.
You can make it retro to
sure.
24 or
Right, so,
start in
yeah,
28.
you wouldn't count the current cycle because they're already elected under that term. You had to start the new cycle. So anybody elected after 28 would start, the clock would start ticking. For either 8 or 12, what we decide to do, you know, so.
I mean, I've got a little experience in this. So obviously, politics is about compromise, right? And it's getting people to vote. If you want something to actually pass, it's about getting your colleagues to vote for it, right? So when I came on in 2014, I know that I knew, you know, looking at my colleagues, how could I get them to go along with me on this, to put this on the ballot? And I knew a lot of them probably would not be for term limits. However, when we proposed the idea that it would be 12-year term limits, which I thought made a lot of sense because it really does take a long time to get anything done here at the county level or any government level. So 12 years, you get to stay here for more than a decade, but then after that, you go out and you live under the laws that you have worked so hard on for the last decade, right? So we said it's 12 years and your clock would start with your next election. And all my colleagues looked at me and said, well, we'll all be retired by then, so it doesn't affect us. And so we got a 5-0 vote to put term limits on the ballot that time. And I think, you know, if I was sitting, you know, in somebody's shoes trying to get something successfully to the ballot, I would look at, well, how can I get my colleagues to vote on it? You know, I don't know if you've heard enough consensus today that you're ready to bring that to a vote right now. But if you wanted to force it to a meeting, then, you know, we could see how the chips fall. You know, I mean, that's just really how it works, you know. I mean, you're in the sausage making process right now. You got to figure out what are the right ingredients to put in there to make the sausage taste good.
And I remember we first talked about it, you know, 12 years ago. Commissioner Mann and Manning, God rest their souls, they were against the 8 years. And I kind of looked at both of them and said, you guys are 78 at the time and 73. Is it really going to affect you? And it wasn't about how it was going to affect them. It really wasn't about them. Like people maybe thought, well, they want to stay here forever. The reality was they were focused on having that institutional knowledge at the dais and having a good relationship with staff and getting things done for the community. It was nice to sit there and say, well, why did they do this in Cape Coral? The Commissioner Manning would say, well, 1988 on the council, we did this. And then Frank would say, well, when I was in water management, we did this in 1976. So it was nice to have the institutional knowledge. So I think their big deal was people thought they didn't want to do 8 years because losing that knowledge in local government, I think, and that was, then people always worried about the theory is some people think, oh, staff drives everything. Well, you create more staff driven than we have 8-year term limits because to be such a rotation of the board, you really wouldn't have any dedicated loyalty there. And so I think that was, I kind of, like me and Commissioner Hammond, he brought up 8 years. I said, well, how about 12? I saw some of the colleagues didn't like it. I forget who was the other one, Commissioner Hall, she wasn't there because you were there. So I'm trying to remember who was, do you have an empty seat then? Was this you, me, Frank, and John?
Me, you, Frank, John, Larry.
Oh, and Larry, yeah. So I wasn't really sure where the dice were going to fall, on a 3-2 or something. Really have consensus, 5-0. So we came up with a 12, and everybody was like, okay, yeah, 12 is good.
But so 12 years is
was what we did then. That was what we did then. It was what Commissioner Hammond was talking about, reading the room and trying to find something. And like I said, at first I thought, Frank and John, why would you guys really want to stay here another 8 years after 2 more years? And it wasn't about that for them. Their thing was they wanted to make sure that Lee County stayed whole, and they didn't want to have like a rotation, a swinging door of people coming through and not having that knowledge to provide services. And I think that's what came down. We 12 years is better than 8 to have that knowledge working with projects and seeing a road get started, our shuffleboard roof 6 years later get put on. So it's just, I think that's what they were passionate about that. And I'm just bringing it up because they weren't termed out yet, but unfortunately, John looked us on and the tragedy of Frank passed it. But the point was they were doing that because they really cared about Lee County and how it was going to affect the organization for Lee County. That was I think that was a discussion. I learned a lot because at first I was like, yeah, 8 years, we'll do 8-year term limits. Then I thought about it and hearing all the dialogue and seeing the votes, trying to make everybody happy. So it was one of those days, kind of like I pulled a commissioner item last meeting because I'm trying to make everybody happy and try to have consensus. It was nicer to have their support with 12 than it was to go 3-2. We could have went 3-2. with the 8 years. But looking back, I'm glad we did 12 years, because we wouldn't be sitting here today, right, Brian? So, you know.
All right, so let me reapproach. I appreciate the historical knowledge. I was not there for those meetings, and to discuss this openly is very helpful. The main goal that I had was that the constitutionals and we were all in the same playing field.
Right.
So I would be willing to amend we're not even making motions today, we're just having a discussion. But to have the discussion be based on a 12-year term limit across the board, I can certainly
Yeah, I'm just
be happy with that. The
saying,
state legislature, respectfully, Commissioner Pendergrass, has had a lot of discussions on trying to impose 8-year term limits on the school board, and they were 12, then they got to 8, and, you know, I like to show Lee County as a leader in a conservative county that's looking out for our taxpayers and the voters, so that we don't have career politicians and.
yeah, it's just, each
The states
seat,
need to impose their will on us.
each seat is so unique in its own. You take, for example, a prop appraiser. You have a prop appraiser for that office. You have the sheriff, usually is a certified law enforcement officer. Doesn't have to be, like on the East Coast, there's some sheriffs that are not certified. So it's this, each one's different. Supervisor elections, if I was that CEO, stay more than 2 years, I would be termed out for that one, so that's a good thing. So it's a positive thing. But the rest of the seats, I mean, you see some rotation. But again, at the end of the day, the voters are the most important thing for term limits. They can take people out if they really need to. They see people have a conflict or they have a reason why they shouldn't be in office. You know, we've seen that happen, you know. But we can talk about it in the future, but.
Kevin, Trish, any thoughts, feedback?
Commissioner Wayne, you have any comments on that?
I think you guys did a good job on 12 years as a newer commissioner. It certainly takes a while to get instituted in this job. 5.5 years, just feels like you're really starting to get going. So I would certainly go along with your 12 years because it makes more sense, especially when you run a county of this size and the way we're actually structured. So.
Is there anything coming down to the state this year? I don't remember hearing. On the last session, they were trying to do term limits across the state for school boards and county commissioners. Anything
Change
this
the
year?
school board, I'm not sure which year that was last year.
Yeah, I mean, I hate for us to even take that discussion up. If there's statewide do anything this year, and they'll probably deal with property taxes this year and next year, they might try to do something like that. But that's a challenge if we get, you know, the state takes over and does what they want with us. So, you know, if they do a statewide, is anything, there was no discussion with them this year, was made up for nothing? Did they do something last year with school boards?
There were a number of term limit bills last year, school board, but also county commissions.
Right, that's what I'm saying. They were trying to do that last year, but nothing ever,
Nothing's really moving on that this year now.
just focus on taking funding away though. Okay.
I appreciate the discussions, of course, not being here very long, but coming in and learning so far what I've seen, just looking at our infrastructure alone, and you look at the timelines and you go, oh my gosh, like some of this may not even be accomplished in my time. And, you know, that's a glaring realization of like, you know, you want to make sure that you're advocating that for your projects that are coming to the board, because we've seen it, you know, things can get shifted around, and you want to be able to be there to help with those things. So I see that, and I also, the side of operational, like we operate very differently than maybe the House does and maybe even the sheriffs, where, you know, our processes of approving things is a little different because it requires all of us to get into a room to do that, and we only do it so often. And, you know, there's sunshine laws that prohibit us from certain things. So I think, you know, our operational way of doing things also adds to that timeline, where I think 12 years right now is, you guys put a lot of thought into it, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
That's why I'd rather be consistent, but, you know, I wouldn't mind the constitutional of 8 years, but them doing 8 years, leaving us 12, that would be kind of, I'm not sure if that's fair or not then.
So I guess the only open item then would be, we don't need to change our term limits, we just want to, I'm just offering the opportunity to include the constitutionals under those same terms that you recommended.
I would hate to see putting both those on the same ballot, because we already done that once, and the voters spoke, and it passed. People supported it in 2016, or was it 14? 14, yeah. So the voters already voted on it once, so it's kind of like, why do that again? But, you know,
Well, it's not for us.
but again, we're, you know, we could, after next year, be single-member districts. So then you would say, okay, now your 8-year term limits were single-member districts on top of that. So it's kind of like.
I'm not on 8-year term limits anymore.
Okay, I'm just saying though, it's just, I'm
just
just
to be
saying
clear.
that does not do the board at all because we already have another thing on the ballot this year. for
So,
the-
so this is
that's
just the
gonna-
constitutionals we're down to
Right,
right now.
it'd be kind of,
Not the
two different
board.
things on the ballot. People will be confused, I think, more than anything, probably. Yeah, if you did that, I thought about it. The same ballot would have two different items. That would be confusing to some people, I think. You know, you could have term limits and you could have the single district issue too on the same ballot. So that'd be a lot of.
Term limits, as far as polling,
Oh,
80
yeah,
to
it's
90%
gonna-
of
it passed,
people
yeah. It's
support term limits in
Right, it
general.
passed,
So
right.
I'm simply down to just, if we can just narrow
Okay.
this to, do we want to include a ballot initiative discussion at a future meeting regarding 12-year term limits for the constitutionals to mimic what is already in place for the board?
And Commissioners, if I could just implore you to look prospectively only in the application. There was some talk about looking backwards. I think if you look backwards, you open up a can of worms that we need not battle on. So prospective application only, if you would, please.
Agreed.
Thank you.
So, 12 years for constitutionals, and the clock starts with their next election.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I actually had some support from the property appraiser at a recent meeting. You were there on Friday when
Yeah.
that person talked about their support of term limits, so.
I don't see how I could personally oppose that. I mean, that's exactly what I brought forward, years ago for commissioners. So if it was just making the constitutionals equal to the commissioners in 12 years and their clock would start with their next election, so you're not harming anybody who's already in mid-office. I mean, I don't see how I could oppose that question, but obviously.
I guess you do like the state reps say, just let the voters decide, right? Yeah. Okay. Any other discussion on that item? Anything else on that item? Well, it's 12 o'clock. I guess we'll break for lunch now. Dave, do you have any instructions for that?
Aaron, we're good to go?
Okay.
We're good to go?
How long you have blocked for, an hour? 1 o'clock?
Whatever you guys want a half hour or an hour, depends on what.
45 minutes.
45 minutes?
Yeah, 45.
Okay.
12:45, we'll come back. Thank you. Ready to get started? We adjourn? Thank you. Hope I had a great lunch. Having a good day. Trish, you're enjoying your first strategic planning meeting?
Very good. I was actually going to thank everybody that organized it and food preparation.
Good.
Yes, thank you, team. Great job.
Thank you.
Okay, the next thing, we did term limits, so now we've gone on board dynamics. So obviously our board's changed a lot in the last year. We have Trish here now, and so thank you for being here. Thanks for volunteering for this job. And Commissioner Wilka, this is your second year, right? Yeah. Time flies.
I have twice as much experience as I had last year.
Yeah, time flies. So I just want to say if anybody has any comments or anything, say anything we could do. I think we have a great board. We've all been working together. We had some changes the last couple of years. And look back the last 6 years, I mean, me and Commissioner Hammond and Kevin's all had to deal with COVID, and then we had hurricanes, and this, you think about what some people in elected office, we had to deal with things the last 6 years you probably never had to deal with most times if you're in office for 50 years. I mean, things we had to deal with, 2 hurricanes and everything else, and then going back to see those pictures of us standing in front of the courthouse with masks on a few years ago, it's like, wow, a lot's happened since then. So, anybody have any comments about, I guess it's listed as board dynamics, I guess, if anything we could do differently as a board to serve the community, anything we could do better to help staff do their job. Dave, do you have any? I know, like, I should complain. It's a good time. This is the once a year we try to get things out in the air and kind of, we've had some good ones before. I remember that one we had at the bus station. I forgot what year it was. Right, that was in 16, 18. We had some good, Larry was still here then. Everybody's complaining about everything that year, but I think we got
That
there.
and IFAS, remember the whole IFAS conversation we had that year?
IFAS, I'm trying to remember.
That was when we assumed IFAS into Parks and Rec budget.
Oh my God, oh yeah, the master gardeners and all that stuff though.
Yeah.
I would say this, I think our board is very dynamic, and I was joking about that earlier, but no, I think we got a fantastic board. I was talking, with some folks, and, one of the things that I have noticed, like, you alluded to it, Commissioner Grass, we've been running just from one crisis to the next.
Yeah.
For what feels like the last decade at this point. I mean, we had Hurricane Irma, Blue Algae, pandemic, Hurricane Ian, 3 more hurricanes after that. I mean, really, I guess 4 even. Yeah, then you had Adelia in there. I mean, we've just been running from one crisis to the next, and we do a really good job of managing the business from one crisis to the next, but what I like about this is if we can have an opportunity to set some actual goals too, though, that we want to see, like where do we want transportation to be 5 years from now? Where do we want XYZ to be 5 years from now? Set some goals that as a team we're all driving towards, knowing that, yes, with our staff, you know, we're going to manage the day-to-day crisis, but we're also still driving the ship towards what I think hopefully some vision of what our voters, our residents want the county to look like in 5 years. And I guess that was kind of my thought.
Yeah, that's a good thought process to have. Yeah, it's just, at the end of the day, I think we're all here. It's one thing I've said it many times over through the years, and we're all here working together. I'm never going against Dave, I'm never against Trish, and we're all working together, and it's the way it should be. It's just, in our world of politics, it's just unfortunate things get out there, a lot of false information and stuff, and it was disheartening last year to, it's the past now, but I moved on, but hearing state representatives say the Board of County Commissioners are a failure, they're this and that, they're useless, they can't build a bridge on Pine Island, they can't do this and that, they're losing $12 million. I mean, so it's just frustrating to hear that when other people, and, we've had some dialogue with Cape Coral Council people in the past and different things, we have different people, and this is different opinions. It's just frustrating when you hear it from other elected officials. We're all at the end of the day, we all are working for the best thing for Lee County and for Cape Coral and for Sanibel, Fort Myers, Bonita, Cerro, and it's just trying to get that message out to the world. One team and should be working together. So it's frustrating for me sometimes to hear that. And it's like, I know where our hearts are. I know what we do every day. And it doesn't matter where it is in Lee County, if it's on Pine Island, if it's in Alva or Bonita, we're all doing the same thing. We're all trying, one team trying to work together. I think that's something we have to remember when the people on the outside are throwing rocks at us. We have to remember we're still one team and we have to get along. It's just frustrating, I mean, we haven't really talked about it much. We were talking about it. We're not talking about it in the board meeting yet. The relationship with the clerk of courts, what's happening out there when we have to go out and do interviews. I refused to do an interview. I think you interviewed last month on 2 months ago, the airport issue. Because the media called me. I said, I'm not going to respond to that. It's ridiculous. When Clerk Carnes put a statement out that the airport was unsafe for visitors and passengers, to go to. And I knew what he was talking about. I'm like, that has nothing to do with the classified information that you put out there. Why would you say it's unsafe? I didn't go to the media because I was trying to not keep that, obviously, story going. And plus, why respond to it? It's just frustrating. We have an elected official trying to make us look bad at the end of the day. When his own staff called me and said, hey, we told him not to put this out. It's false. It's not accurate, but we can't stop him from doing it. So thank you, David, for, you must have been there that day when they came to talk to you. Well, I don't remember what the interview was, but anyway, it's just frustrating on my part that we have to do that.
Well, I can agree with you, and since you brought it up, my concern was that the passengers running through and back and forth through the airport at the holidays in our busiest week we would cause false crisis by the way the word safety was used by the clerk in his report, and it was a false accusation and it needed to be corrected. And I'm glad I stood on the record to make sure that whether your grandmother is coming or going or your grandkids are coming through the airport, that we don't have a safety issue. And the actual issue that he was mentioning was regarding worker PPE safety meetings, toolbox talks at weekly safety meetings rather than giving false crisis to people that are going through our checkpoints. And I thought that was important to get on the record during
Unfortunately, like I told earlier in the day about media,
holidays.
The key word RSW. So I'm in New York or California, I want to go to Florida, which airport I'm flying to, Google it, there's RSW. First story, RSW is unsafe for passengers by the clerk of courts. You got elected officials saying the airport's unsafe. That's pretty damaging. We spend millions of dollars a year, and Kevin knows from being on Sanibel, that was the life of Sanibel, and the beaches in this area is hospitality and hotels, even though half the beds in Sanibel are gone. The point is, we do all this drive, we're trying to push through all the negative stories about a dead fish on the beach, dirty water, and then you have that, and this just creates more negative attention. And that's why I didn't, it's like, hopefully the story dies, but the stories get out there, they keep recirculating. You Google RSW, that story's going to pop up today probably. It's just very frustrating that somebody would do that, and it's just frustrating for me. I don't know if anybody else had any thoughts on it. I tried to talk to him about it. I've got to the point where I won't communicate with him anymore, just so everybody knows. If I get a communication for the clerk's office, I'm not gonna respond to it unless I'm statutorily required to do it, because it's just getting to be a little bit too negative for me. So, unfortunately, though, I can't direct him to the county manager, because I don't think the county manager staff's working or have any lines of communication, right?
We have been trying to work with the clerk. We've run into a number of issues that we've sent emails to you and updated you where we are.
The DocuSign stuff, right?
DocuSign, I think we finally have some resolution to DocuSign. He started to sign the last two board meetings, those documents. I don't think, the chair and I met with him, and Richard and Steve Hennigan from the port all met with the clerk, specific to DocuSign. And
was that the meeting I was at?
Pardon?
Was that the meeting I was at up on the
Yes.
floor? Okay.
And Richard and I and Steve have met with him prior to that. Ultimately, one of his concerns was signing documents, not being present when documents were being signed. And he wanted to sign when the board chair signs. I think we have a resolution now through DocuSign. We ran into another glitch, which was the seal, but our IT team and DocuSign worked with him to work through that, so that has been corrected. We do have a few other issues we're working through right now. One of those being he has created the Sand Dollar website, and I believe that he is releasing information that legally he cannot. So we're trying to gather all that information now to see what that actually is. Right now, we believe, trying to think what, it was HUD documents under, it was HUD documents under HVS. Some public information was being released that we're trying to clear up. But we believe there's some other things related to code enforcement, animal services. So we have our staff combing through that right now to understand what is out there, what legally has to be held back. I know there was a question of him overseeing our records requests. I think the problem with that would be he would have to house every single document that the county has. So, I don't even do that. I don't have direct access to every single document because, that's why you have the departments and other entities. You can cull that information when you need it. And why we have, that tiered system when we do records requests, we have someone in Glenn's shop that manages that, Glenn and his team, but we also have independent people in each department that also manages that brings it all forward. So it'd be very, very difficult to turn something like that over. And we have had issues, unfortunately, where the clerk has released information and hasn't followed the public records requirements. So again, some information that shouldn't have been released was released, and that was specific to animal services. So we have worked with them. We've had those discussions, and we continue to work through that issue. So it is. It's a work in progress. We continue, my promise to the board was always to find a solution to every issue and situation. So, Richard and I and Steve Hennigan collectively through our responsibilities have worked very hard. Richard, anything else you would like to add to that?
No, other than, commissioners, please know that the last thing your staff ever wants to do is create heartburn for you guys that you then have to answer for or answer to in public. And please know that in all of our dealings with all the constitutionals, and certainly the clerk in this case, are always with an eye toward problem solution and not problem creation. And that's how we've approached this current situation with the clerk. As Dave mentioned, I think it is a work in progress. I think we've made giant strides over controversies that should not have existed. And probably leave it at that for now.
Yeah. So we are working through some issues. We will bring back, as I've been very transparent with any issue we've had. Again, to Richard's point, our goal is never to make a bad situation for the board, put the board in particular position. So we try to work these issues out. We're working through this one right now, but we will report to you what the actual issue is, and hopefully how we were able to address it with the clerk.
So that meeting you were talking about just now, the DocuSign meeting, that's the meeting I was at?
That's
Richard
what
was
we
in with
had.
us. And everything was fine until the meeting was over with, and then he approached me in front of Richard's staff and said, do you want me to have another BAB council at the next BAB, which I didn't know when the meeting was. I went, what are you talking about? He's like, well, we have to fire that one. This new one's, we have the new one here, and that's when Richard spoke up and said, she didn't violate her contract, so we can't just terminate her just because he wants to hire somebody else. And of course, he went off the deep end, turned red, and freaked out and said I was being unprofessional. So I'm just like, it's just very frustrating for me because I try to do the right thing and try to talk to him, and it's just no line of communication. I've tried, and no matter how nice I am, it just doesn't work. So Richard witnessed that day with other staff about, it's like, he's asking me to have another council there the next meeting, which I mean, I think you're going to be the BAB there, right, Commissioner Milka? And I was like, no. He said, well, we can terminate her because you violated her contract. And Richard spoke up and said, no, she didn't violate her contract. So, and I was like, I'm just not going to have that discussion in the hallway there on the fourth floor. So it's very frustrating because, you know, like you said, we try to, you know, Appropriators Matt Caldwell, you can agree on different things, but I go to breakfast with him and he sits here and gives us information. We accept it. We work together and get things done for the public goods. That's the way it's supposed to be. But for some reason, this other situations just will not rise to that level, you know, of being able to work best for the best for Lee County. And like you said, Dave, the stuff was put out. I don't know do you know what was put out on the sand dollar violation? I don't know, in case somebody asks us now, since it's public now.
I know that on HUD, they were releasing addresses and information of applicants, names and applicants that you're not allowed to do. So we were trying to cull all the information and see if there's more issues that we need to address beyond just HVS.
So for financial reasons or because of HUD regulations, because of recipients of HUD funds should not be
Correct.
public record?
Correct.
So
Their
where does that
names
put, does that fall back on the county then, if this is a violation?
That would
If
fall
somebody-
back on the clerk, yes.
On the clerk then?
Yeah.
So in the past, through all the DocuSigns, all the documentations, I try to say, why can't we do this way? Why do we have to do this way? Why do you have to do? And it was always statutory, he's responsible. When he went and signed the $12 million Manhattan bill at the airport, it was because he was personally responsible for the bill if it was fraud or the work didn't get done. And I kind of question, how could you be personally responsible for, but he says he is, so I questioned the county attorney and I got a different answer, but he swore he was personally responsible for a $12 million check if it was fraud or the work didn't get done. I said, the work's being done. I've got with Steve, I got with Richard, everybody, as far as I know, the work's being done, so that's the frustration. So I get the answer, and it's totally different than what the county attorney or whatever group it is, HUD or the airport has. So anyway, just get it out there. We'll have to talk about it sooner or later because it's not going to stop, unfortunately, because the airport situation, hope it never happens again, but don't know if anybody has any comments.
I guess I'm trying to understand the problem. DocuSign is something that every bank in the world deals with. I'm in the lending business, no hidden fact. I deal with 14 different lenders, we sign everything by DocuSign. So I guess I'm trying to understand to what end are we doing this? I've heard some payments, maybe potentially late, things of that nature. I want everyone to do their job, but to a point in time where it seems like it's slowing us down, I don't understand this at all. I mean, to me, I just look at DocuSign as one of the more simple things that we do, and it's worldwide accepted. So what's this, why is it so different at Lee County?
Yeah, that's my question was the same thing, because I sign stuff at midnight at home. I told him, if you want to come to my house at midnight, come on over. But we can sign it together, we can do it tomorrow at your office. I'll sign it wherever you want to do it at. I'm okay with that. It was my exact words, seriously. So I can sign it here, I can sign it at my desk, I can sign it as the acting chairman for the day, or any of you guys can, because I think we pointed out in the meeting, by the way, that day, he wasn't aware that if I'm not there, David can sign. If David's not there, you can sign, and you can sign, and Trish can sign. This position is only for that. And I think he even said, he goes, I didn't know that. I said, well, we're not doing anything wrong here. It's not broken. There's no reason why I can't sign, David can't sign, you and Brian and Trish can sign. We all can sign. So I said, there's no reason. We're just trying to make it, and like you said, obstructive. It's like, if we're doing it wrong, please tell me, because I said, if we're doing it wrong, please tell us. If you're doing it wrong, we're going to tell you. There's no reason. And then when I try to talk to the staff behind the scenes, of course, it's a small town. And a lot of the people there I've known for many years, and you all do too. And they're like, he just trying to make you guys look bad. And that really bothers me. He's trying to be obstructionist like this. And I just don't like having that conversation. But if we don't have it now, when are we going to have it? And that's what's so frustrating, because it's unfortunate. I try to be nice for the last 2 years and do everything, and it's just not working. So,
Well, for the record, if I just a couple of points. Number one, again, like you, I use DocuSign on a regular basis for contracts and pay apps and any other number of businesses that I do for personal or otherwise, and it's a very efficient legally binding tool that's universally accepted. So I guess, one, for the public record, we're all 100% transparent, happy, audit us till the cows come home on whatever you want. I mean, we all want to do things the right way, and you can audit anything anytime you want. But I'm confident in all of those things. But the pattern of looking for trouble versus solving a problem, I think, is something that has got me concerned. And there was a term that he was going to use our county staff as guinea pigs for a new idea he had over Christmas. I mean, these are just not acceptable business practices. When we say we're looking for government efficiency, get government out of the way, we had citizens that couldn't close on properties waiting on documents to get signed. We had projects that couldn't get started because they didn't have a right-of-way permit for their new development. So we had millions of dollars of projects and customers calling us, or client, I'm sorry, I didn't say customers for my business, but constituent concerns over some of these issues that were just completely unnecessary. Again, using the term safety at the airport. Well, safety at the airport could mean a million different things, but that airport, it was an airside audit. Airside means where airplanes travel, and he tried to make it sound like where passengers live were part of that audit, and they just aren't the same subject and causing false crisis. But this continuing pattern of inserting himself into our business and not for the greater good of the constituents and citizens of Lee County really concerns me.
well, that's why, like, when staff came to me, I don't remember when, a year or two ago, said, what do you think about the clerk sitting here, at Richard's table? And I was like, I prefer not. He doesn't work for me. Richard works for us. David works for all of us. That's who does all the work every day. If anybody, you should have the sheriff sitting there. If you want anybody that we deal with daily, so I'm sorry, but everything comes off, but usually the sheriff or the property is involved. And I said, fine, whatever. I just went along with it just because of that. It's just, here we are a year and a half later, and to this day, he's not contributed anything from that table to this board. Never been asked a question, commented. If anything, Matt Cole will sit in the back of the room. I don't know how many times have come forward and give us presentations on not just history, but about different things and values and stuff like that. So the other constitutionals like, well, why do we have to sit in the back of the room? We have to get to sit there. So it's just, I try to be, open to that and be, it's like, okay, yeah. So it's like, why even here for then? What's the purpose of this? So, anybody have any suggestions or anything?
I appreciate what you're trying to do, Mr. Chairman. Honestly, I just want to understand why we have to change something we don't, and why we're changing something.
Right.
The whole process, you all done a great job of managing, so whatever we can do to have things less confrontational, easier, and it just, it bothers me greatly when we have transactions that are held up for vendors that get paid. It's our reputation. And that's where it starts to become, and I guess I struggle with exactly to what end are we doing this? That's really my question.
Right.
I'm trying to understand, what are we achieving? And is it just someone's perception of what we're supposed to achieve, or it's this body? And this body has 4 employees, and they all take direction from us. That's the way I look at it. You know what? I don't look at it any other way. I mean, I've been in meetings just like you, Cecil, and it's been frustrating because I don't understand. It's why we're doing this. And I respect internal control as well as anybody growing up in the profession, but there's a point where you're just being counterproductive and more bureaucratic than anything.
Right.
That's my concern. So we're not that way. We're efficient, we're transparent, we want to do what we need to do, but we need to somehow curtail what's going on, because I don't know where this is going, but it certainly is not on a great pathway right now, and I'm uncomfortable, especially when we're interfering with our progress as a county, and that's my concern. Those are my comments.
Well, I'm uncomfortable doing meetings when we're having a meeting and it's hard, it's disruption, it's, when I'm sitting there seeing him making faces, waving, smiling, twisting his chair, and it's just like, I don't even look that way. I can't look at Richard because he's making faces, turning red, doing whatever, not clapping, but cheering on something or giving a frown if he doesn't like something. This is very frustrating from my position, sitting there, you know, sitting there seeing that to the point where it's really, you know, I just try to not notice it because it's noticeable, but I try not to let it disturb the meeting though. So it's just frustrating. I don't know if anybody else has noticed all that or not, if you can see him or not, because somehow you may not notice he's got his name tag there, so you can't miss him. So it's there, you're sitting there and you're like, okay, why are you making faces when this person's saying this? Why are you making faces? You're not, shouldn't be waving or trying to give them signals or, you know, taking your notepad and pointing at it. You know, it's just very distracting. That's the word I just was thinking about. So.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I may, if I'm understanding what you're insinuating here, I don't disagree that, and to Commissioner Ruane's comments, inefficient obstructionist behavior is unacceptable. I think this person has chosen to make their position, which is a clerk of courts, which is a ministerial position. They're trying to insert themselves into our business with overzealous behavior, and I think I would be, that's our meeting, that our board meetings are in our board room with the county attorney and his team and the county manager and his team on the other side. They already have their clerk there taking the minutes for as required for recording, and I don't think there's any reason for the clerk of courts to have a seat at the front table. He's welcome to join the audience and participate like anybody else, or property appraiser or anybody else comes to visit our meetings, but
I'm sure Richard would rather have his attorney sitting there for public hearings. I mean, all the other constitutionals have gone, when Carmine comes, he has to sit in the audience and be recognized. Matt Caldwell comes up more than anybody else does and speaks to us and gives us good public comment, or not public comment, gives us information that's relevant to what we're doing and helping us get through values, or whatever it may be, questions about taxes, our budget. So it's just nice to have that. I mean, we don't, not ever going to want all the constitutionals there for anything, but if they need something, they're obviously welcome to come over.
Sure.
Noel and Tommy would have been there, and then who else is there? That's what we're there for. We want good, positive, working for the best of the community comments. If we're doing something wrong, please let us know. I've always said, if we're doing something wrong, let me know. Then I'm going to go to our guys and go, is this right or wrong? So.
I think his time would be better spent signing checks and moving paperwork along for the greater good of the Lee County business and citizens than sitting in our meetings alongside another clerk recording our minutes.
Anybody else have any, I mean, there's really no action or anything, but it's just like trying to get beyond the negativity, just move forward. This, you know, this why is like.
This just has to come to an end.
What's that?
Just has to come to an end. I mean, this is just, you know, you're disrupting business, you're putting out releases, you're stopping payments from vendors, and we just got to stop it. This is just not productive at all. And I don't want to be collateral damage as a result of this.
It's just frustrating. It's frustrating for me when I have his staff coming to me and saying, hey, this is what we're having to deal with at work. And I'm not going to go into details, but it's just like very frustrating. It's like, you know, they also see themselves as county employees and they shouldn't have to be dealing with this stuff. And they feel bad because they're being put in the middle to do things with the BAB or with us, with clerks or payrolls, to do things they don't really agree with, which they don't have a choice, but they're being told to basically just to be counterproductive to the board. And it's like, that's very frustrating to hear. We're having to deal with it internally when it shouldn't have to be that way. We should deal with the people on the outside, not the people inside dealing with it. It's just, I think all the constitutions, we're all working together for the same thing. It's just, that's what I've been used to the last 14 years. And it's just very frustrating for me to deal with that. And then when I say that, I'm being unprofessional, that I'm just trying to, well, I didn't have to deal with this with Charlie Green, didn't have to deal with Linda's office before. And he was there under Linda, so of course I was told that was a different day. So was today, so.
So we all say, yeah, more direction on this?
You guys okay with an upset there? Let Richard have his table back for his attorneys? Are we okay with that?
I'm fine with that. It's great for me.
I was open with it at first because I was thinking it was supposed to be a positive reason. If anything, Matt can come up anytime he wants to sit with me. I guess sit there. I don't care. But anyway, my message is, and I will still continue to be, tomorrow, if I have to have that conversation, let's do what's best for Lee County.
Yes.
Period. Let's just all get along and be happy. And if we're doing something wrong, please point it out. Let's move on and forget whatever the issues are in the past. And Dave, I know you and your staff have had issues, and I've seen you pretty frustrated. I've known you for a long time, and I've never seen you in the frustration. And I always say, take a deep breath and just work through it. And this, we totally respect his position. His elected position. It's a very important position in the county. He's a comptroller, he's a clerk of courts, and it's really important, but we need him to be there to work with us to make the best for Lee County and for the citizens. If there's something doing wrong, he's, like you said, if there's something he's releasing that shouldn't be, that we're going to be liable for, it's okay to say, hey, next time don't do this, release this, but not this, that's all. People make mistakes, I get it. We all make mistakes. And if we made a mistake, I want to know it. So I'm just trying to, hate to have the internal issues going on. Shouldn't have to have that. Do you have anything else?
No, I think my only frustration is, I take great pride in having very good relationships with everyone. So it's been a little difficult. I think, we've been able to overcome some things, but to your point, it has taken some time. When it came to surety bonds, we don't even send the surety bonds over anymore, because not only were they, when they got them, they shredded them, which you can't do because when they're called, they need to go back. So we're keeping those now in our possession, and I had notified them of that, that we're keeping the surety bonds. Other than that, I think when it comes to DocuSign, I think we've come to a resolution. We were able to work through that. And as I stated, the last two board meetings have been, he has been signing those documents. I don't know of anything that's outstanding at the moment that is detrimental to the community, but they were delayed for a period of time. And it did take DocuSign, a number of meetings with DocuSign. We had DocuSign in at least, I think, 3 meetings, but we were able to work through the issues. And I think one of the emails you received where there was concern about us controlling a seal, ultimately we never controlled that seal. That was always the clerk's office. There was just a misconfiguration in their office regarding what version the clerk staff was using versus what the clerk was using. And DocuSign was able to fix the seal so that could be released and be accepted, because the seal wasn't being accepted by other municipalities. So we've been able to work through that with our IT folks. Ashley and her team and DocuSign worked tirelessly to get that issue resolved. And again, I repeat that he has signed the last 2 board meetings. They're either complete or in the process of being complete.
Well, that's good, because we're just, like I said, whenever we get paid. And I had a question, if we need to sign it, I know some of the counties do a ceremonial document signing after the meeting, which if we have to do that, we need that statutorily. But I think based upon what I'm seeing every day, and who was chair last, Kevin? So it's nonstop. Brian, it's every day. There's more stuff the day after me, but it's just every day there's something, every night there's something. And I couldn't see how you could do a ceremonial once every 2 weeks after a board meeting and be efficient where things are not being held for 2 weeks. The way I'm seeing it, things are getting signed and getting going, because I come in sometimes just to sign a document. Christine can say, oh, you got one document here. I'll be there in an hour.
Yeah, Becky is.
Because I don't want to hold up a department. I don't want somebody here permitting or somebody across the street waiting on a map or waiting on something. Because I know there's somebody at the end of that permit or that whatever we're signing, agreement or a check to get paid. My job is to get there and get that stuff signed as soon as possible. That's the way I look at my job. So to make it sit there for 2 weeks, wait for the next ceremonial signing after a board meeting, I can't see really doing that personally. But if we can do it the way we are now, why, if it's not broken, it's my job to sign this stuff. If I'm not there, David will do it. If not, Brian would do it. Then Kevin would do it. Trish would do it. So you may get to sign something sooner than later. But if you're there and we're not here, if there's something urgent, you can sign it. I mean, so we're statutorily correct on that. So I just want, my option is, I just want to get this stuff signed as quick as possible and get it out there. So. Otherwise, we're gonna have a good year this year, right? And everybody happy? A couple of us go through elections there, so 3 of us have to go through elections this year, so 2 of you guys get the day off, then good for you guys. Okay.
On a lighter note, more dynamics between our team, where we started off on this, so just to enclose.
Well, just dynamics, yeah, positive.
You mentioned as a newer commissioner, how does it feel and to be among a team that was such experienced leadership to get to mentor me and navigate the first year of this office was certainly a privilege, and I do appreciate that. We all come from different skill sets, backgrounds, diverse, perspectives, and we, different than we just talked about, we can disagree without being disagreeable, right? We don't always vote the same. We have different priorities, different situations. But I'm proud of our board. I'm proud of our meetings. We have decorum. We have public input. When we have all participation of it, any number of people on any number of issues, we handle things on the high road, above board, as a team, and you have 5 county commissioners that look out for all 5 districts of Lee County on a weekly basis. And I've said this more than once, our agendas don't have zip codes on them, right? This is for the greater good of Lee County, and I'm proud to serve with all of you, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything to move on?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just again, kind of going back to what I alluded to earlier, one of the big things that I would love for us to do, so there are a lot of things that we agree on 5-0, right? There's a lot of policy that we pass through this board, a lot of capital improvement planning that we will go ahead and do through our board, where we may even want legislative help in the future. And one of the opportunities that I think we could have done better with over the last few years, and I think if we get together as a team and push hard, we could actually maybe start to make some headway with our relationship with the legislative delegation. It has been strained, right? The last couple of years, that's not a secret. But truthfully, if you look at the opportunity we had Senator Pasadomo was Senate President for a couple of years. We had Ben Albritton, who's part of our delegation, who was Senate President for a couple of years. And I look at the appropriations that we got, well, we're very extremely grateful for what we did get through that time, right? I wonder if we could have gotten maybe more done for the people of Lee County to move some important projects forward. And so kind of looking at the future of where our delegation is going to go, and maybe even the executive branch for the state of Florida, the new governor potentially, I'm not counting any chickens before they hatch, right? But if we were lucky enough to get a governor who's extremely familiar with this area and some of the problems our residents are facing, it'd be great if we had a really good legislative agenda lined up, full of appropriations that are really going to move the needle for people here in Lee County. And then we all spoke with one voice. If there are things that we all agree on with one voice, to try and get these things passed. I think there are other counties in the state of Florida that they have a very well-coordinated, government affairs branch. And we're starting down that path. But they asked for, instead of us asking for hey, can we get $950,000 for our $219 million water plant? They're asking for, can I get $60 million of that? And some of them, I believe, are successful, And so, look, our county is a big county. We're I think 8th largest county in the state of Florida. We pay a lot of sales tax. Our residents pay a lot of sales tax. I would like to see some of their money come back to them in the form of paying for some of the infrastructure needs that they have. And so, again, if we could work together to be the 5 best lobbyists, we've said that before, in Lee County, to the legislative branch, and really look past whatever differences we may have with individual members of the delegation and try to pull at the rope all together as a team, I think we could really make some progress and get some big accomplishments coming down the pipe. And we're going to talk about one of those later. It's on the list, that FDOT District 1 office. Like, that is going to be a big effort anytime you talk about district offices and things like that within the government. But I think if we were all on the same page and we understood why it was good for our area, we could all move the needle there. So that was just a thought that I had when we talk about board dynamics. We're a great team, and I think if we focused in on some big issues, we might not get it done next session, but if we continually are pleasantly persistent, we would get some big things done.
Well, speaking for myself, I couldn't be happier with my relationship with my state representative.
I was waiting for that. I was like, come on, you're going to say something? Do I have to ask you?
I have 24/7 access. Any good idea I have for legislation, she's always happy to hear my ideas on bills. And whenever we ask for money, she's excited to help. But I will, to toot her horn a bit, she is the budget chair for K through 12 education, plus $30+ million silo. But when she worked on local legislation for the greater good of Lee County and the municipalities, she was able to get 16 out of 17 requests for us. All the citizens of Lee County in the budget is in play right now. So that's an extremely high number of projects for any member to have pulled off, and I just wanted to applaud her for those efforts.
Yep.
I know, and again, this sounds weird to say, right? Because obviously we're all fiscally conservative, and money, all these dollar amounts that we talk about are large dollar amounts, right? Nothing's trivial. But when I look at the amounts that we asked for in this legislative agenda, and I realize there was direction from the top, right? Direction from the legislators themselves, don't ask for much, it's going to be a lean budget year. We pay a lot of taxes in Lee County. Our residents pay a lot of taxes in Lee County, and I think, honestly, some of these asks were maybe too modest. I think we've got some big needs, and we need the state to come up for us on some of these big needs. And I will say this, because it sounds like I'm being critical of them. I could never forget how great they were in the aftermath of Ian. They did come up huge for us. But I also know that I think working together is a team. We need to continue to do stuff like that.
I agree with you, Brian. We should be asking for more, but it's just, there's a two-way street there. They need to be receptive to us too. We tried to last year extend the olive branch with our luncheon. We had an EOC, give everybody their cards, we gave them their hats, we gave them here's your pass card, EOC, we love you, thank you for helping us with the EOC and everything. And then you go to the session, next 2 months later, they go to session, and I can play the tape for you with them saying how we're dysfunctional, this is your county commission, they're $12 million short. And I'm going, what happened? We gave you your t-shirts, we gave you your hats, we gave you the key EOC, and you're still up there bashing us about, and cutting appropriations. I'm not going to go into detail with Glenn asking questions what things got cut, but we should be asking for more, like you said. And next year, we maybe are blessed with a local governor. We had that 10 years ago. One time we had Governor Scott of Naples. We had Elizabeth Benaguista. We had the whole delegation here. We had the dream team, I called it. We had the greatest. Southwest Florida was the Florida capital for those 8 years. And we got a lot of good things, but looking back, we should have asked a whole lot more. We probably could have got it too, because we had that delegation. Remember, Paul Ryan's grandparents lived in, he was here campaigning, and Dane introduced him. His parents lived in Bonita Bay. If you look at what we have here between Boca Grande and Naples, one of the largest fundraising areas, by the way, for the party nationwide. They all come here and fly in and go down to John Boehner's house. They all fundraise. So the point is, we should be asking for more, because if you don't ask for it, you're not going to get it. So at the end of the day, I think we're being conscious of being, like you said, being conservative, saying, well, it's a $50 million project, we're going to ask for 10. We might get 5 or 8. Well, maybe we should ask for 50, if it's there, and try to get the appropriations, because the sheriff's doing that now with funding for Homeland Security stuff. He's asking for the $50 million federal budget. I think he's asking for $23 million of it. So just for this one sheriff's department for equipment and stuff. So I'd rather be told no to the larger number and yes to a smaller number, maybe more than we would ask for in the first place. So we can be talking to our staff about that, individually. We can talk to on projects and stuff and see what's from a funding standpoint and say, hey, because you said, like, there's a lot of money up there. There's a lot of money been cut, a lot of losses, but some of it may be a mute topic too, talking about until we know what happens in the session this year. But I'm all fine with going up there and smiling and shaking hands and saying, please, thank you. That's the part of the job, and that's what we're elected to do. And I will continue doing that, though, just like you guys will too. But yeah, it's nice to have that, and just make sure David goes home in a good mood and tells his wife, we need these funds and stuff, so, thank you.
Hey, relationships between the House, Senate, our delegation, one, I think we have it's pretty good overall, but relationships are a two-way street, right? I don't like,
Yep.
just like we said earlier, being falsely accused of things and half statements and things are just unproductive for anybody, but I think we can get past all that, and I look forward to robust discussions this year for legislative priority session. I think maybe we could talk about that a little, drill down to that a little bit more and be a little more aggressive and make sure that we vetted it to our satisfaction so that what we've asked for and what we've got and are in alignment. And then I think we should all dedicate ourselves to at least one visit, if not more, up to the Capitol to make sure that we're carrying the torch and participating in those discussions and make sure that they know we're nearby and what's important to us and making those calls, whether they're in person or not. But we have to, like as you say, be the 5 best lobbyists in conjunction with our teams, and I can't wait to participate in those additional upgrades to our efforts. So, thank you.
Dave, do you have something?
Yeah, if I may. So what I'm hearing is when we come to our legislative agenda, my assumption is you would like to have us workshop it so you can give us, and we'll bring back to a board meeting where you can give us direction on what the priorities are and essentially kind of frame it about what you would like for us to ask.
Maybe go one step further, if you wouldn't mind, we can collaborate then, say, okay, how we're going to approach this and what are we going to do. I've never been shy going to Tallahassee, but whatever is required, the same approach, whatever. I've worked with all of it many years, and it's been productive. So I think part of the process is what are we going to do, and then how we're going to achieve the plan. Okay. I really want to understand that.
All right, so we'll do a legislative workshop,
Okay,
a legislative priority workshop. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Move on to the next one. We're going to talk some trash now. Solid waste master plan. Now we get to talk some real trash. Do we have a presentation for that?
Well, that's one of my favorite subjects.
Oh, no. You're going to tell us how much it costs or something now? How much a yard is it, Dave? $25 a yard? How about that concrete on, was it Pine
Oh, I
Island,
wish.
the concrete, a buck a grand?
I wish.
Maynard's like, don't bring that up. Hurricane concrete.
So on a lighter note, but a serious subject, solid waste is obviously a critical service and things that we all value and treasure here in Lee County and everywhere. I asked for this item for discussion to be on the agenda today, and I was hoping that maybe CB or Rebecca could give us a couple of insights on this. But in our master plan, I think it really came to mind last year when we talked about our solid waste and landfill end-of-life discussions, and you're talking about 2040 being a critical path year of, Commissioner Hammond, you'll remember hearing about this with the incinerator discussions and other things like, man, if we don't get on this soon, an incinerator permit might take 10 years or more, billions of dollars, looking at our master plan and saying, what can we do to extend the life of our landfill, because nobody wants us to build more of them, right? We want to recycle and preserve and reuse whatever we can. And I wanted to also just put it out for discussion. We have a potential site on the south side of 82 where we could build there's been a discussion or a project in progress to look at a new recycling facility over there behind Pelican Preserve that not all the neighbors are fans of, as you recall. And before we invest, what I had originally heard was upwards over $100 million on the new plant and facility over there, that could we look internally at the Buckingham campus that we have existing, where everybody's used to us doing all of our business in the Buckingham plant now. And is that site, have we looked at the efficiencies, logistics, potential? Are we optimizing every amount of material and customers and utilities that we can get there to divert them from the landfill? So I just wanted to open that big picture item up for discussion, but this is a multi-billion-dollar issue with a 2040 sounded like Star Trek when I first heard this time, and then you realize, oh my God, that's only 14 years from now. Like that's quick. So because of the permitting and all the other requirements for these facilities to get in place and all the permissions we have and the billions of dollars that's at stake, I really thought it was worth discussing today. So I appreciate you indulging me in that. So, Dave, could we have your team offer us some insights, please?
Yes. I'm going to start off with Chris, and then we'll have Rebecca come up to the table as well. Just to tell you, obviously Rebecca's been in this role, I think, 7 or 8 months now. So, probably some philosophical changes based on her view of what we're doing and some direction that we as a team have given her. So with that, I'm going to have Chris start off, and then we'll have Rebecca.
Can I say real quick? David, just so you know, I'm just giving you a little history. I'm bad with years. Brian might be able to help me. Probably 6, 8 years ago, Brian, I think it was. I think Doug Muir was here. They were going to do an $850,000 study for solid waste. I'm just kind of going back a little background. And do you remember that? Was that 6, 8 years ago? Remember that we voted down the study because it was this. Anyway, so I remember one of the conversations was then how we expand Buckingham now to facilitate another burner and also another yard for a transfer station. At the time, we had room for one more burner, which was a 7-8 year permitting process, if I remember. So we said, okay, we do a smaller study, almost to a point where I think staff could do it almost in-house. But anyway, what I remember learning from the whole process was Buckingham was restricted what we could do, and that's why we started looking a few years later for another site. I would think it was going to show up somewhere either north Cape somewhere or somewhere south, hopefully off of Estero somewhere, but it didn't go there. It went off at 82. And that's how we got that site there, because it was that property was already owned by Waste Management, I believe, and that was why it was there. Even though a lot of the trucks and stuff were coming from the south or from the north, it went there. I was trying to look at reducing trips on the road,
Right.
But at the time,
I was
I don't know
following
what
that
staff's
when
going
you
to
guys
pay
went
now,
through
but Commissioner Hammond probably remembers too, though, we were told, and that site we only had so much space out there in Buckingham. Unless you took away, one option was take away the ball fields out there and make that part of that and relocate the ball fields somewhere else that was compatible for that.
I've had some
And that
residents
was-
bring that idea to.
Yeah, but the problem is, what we run into in Lee County, that's why you don't have a Buc-ee's here, is where are you gonna find this 20, 30 acres that's compatible for that, that's affordable and compatible for that type of use, and that's, so, sorry, I just wanna chime in real quick before, I was gonna give them some history, why I think we got to where we were today with the site, which was not, I thought wasn't the perfect site, but how we got there, so. Commissioner Hammond, do you remember, was I correct pretty much how that happened?
So the site where we're looking at putting the new recycling facility, as I remember, it is zoned industrial, and one of the things that was very persuasive to the residents who were initially against it was that, okay, so let's say we don't build a county facility here, then the county's not gonna be your neighbor, but somebody else will be your neighbor.
Could be
They'll
worse.
already have by right this industrial zoning that could potentially be very objectionable. And there's nothing we can do about it because it's currently zoned that way. And that was why that site was attracted to the solid waste department already. So we were able to show them that if we were going to be your neighbor, obviously we work for you, we'll be a good neighbor, and we showed them some of the concessions we were willing to make from a buffering standpoint. And then my impression that I had in my mind was that if we were to build a new recycling facility, that might free up space on the existing Buckingham campus where we could talk about expanding the waste energy plant or something like that. So that, and I'm hoping I'm tracking right, but that's kind of what I was thinking.
But you're in the business too, so you see it from the other side. I mean, in a way, you probably see it different than what we are, because we don't do that type of work, but that was what we did, what Brian just said, is because us being a neighbor, obviously they didn't want it there, but 1,000-foot buffer, if I remember right, and the trees and everything, it was kind of it would be more compatible. They already live next to a landfill. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's a landfill. It's not a big hill, but it's a landfill. So I think they know that now, but
Well,
after
but
they
it's not
moved in.
active, it's not an active.
Right, but it's still a landfill. I mean, at the end of the day, and it used to be active. I remember people living there when it was first active, and it smelled really bad. But like Brian said, that's kind of how we got to where we are today. So, sorry, we'll let staff go through their process. Give us your presentation. So,
Hi, thank you. Thank you for
Thank
the
you.
opportunity to speak again, this time in regards to solid waste. So Commissioner, you are right, that project, that evaluation project for the long-term strategy plan for solid waste, I believe, kicked off about 2015. I think it was just under about $1 million for that study, and we did bring that back to the board in, I think it was around 2018. And the focus of that long-term strategy was really the overall integrated solid waste system, and as it relates to landfill operations, waste to energy, and recycling. Fast forward to today, there's been a lot of changes within our community as it relates to growth. I think back in 2018, we were predicting that the population wasn't going to hit 1 million until I think that was probably closer to 2040, and now I believe those estimates are closer to 2030. And then we did have some major hurricanes that impacted that overall solid waste stream. So Dave had mentioned that Rebecca's been our director now for about 7 months in a full-time position. What the senior team asked Rebecca to do was to pull that strategy out and not only familiarize herself, but really kind of dig down into that, along with the major maintenance projects as well as the capital improvement projects, because we are talking about very large numbers here, and look at those things through her lens, because she's the one who's captaining the ship right now. And we want to make sure that her and her team had an opportunity to make sure that she had ample time to review, to ensure that the path that we were charting was the correct path, but then also to be able to say, maybe that's not the right path, and be able to make adjustments to it. So the only way she was ever going to be able to really truly have ownership was for her to be able to spend that time. And solid waste being as big an organization it is with its complexities, I don't know that 7 months is really necessarily a fair amount of time to.
No, she's got this.
Yeah.
You got it.
So she continues to, she does continue to work through those strategies and the CIP and major maintenance projects. I'll let her talk a little bit more, but I did want to reassure the board that she is looking at those things through her lens, and assembling her team to help her go through that, so that when she is asked to come before the board on these important topics, that she has ownership of that, and she feels as though the course that's been charted is the appropriate course.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to talk trash, of course. So thank you for some of that background, and that's correct. So the long-term study finished up around 2018, and then we came back to the board around 2020 with the strategic priorities, which were to look at maximizing the use of the Lee Hendry landfill. That's where the 2040 timeframe comes from. Also to construct a new recycling facility, and then to explore options for additional waste to energy. So really strategically, we see the best use and the efficiencies at the Lee Hendry landfill is one of our priorities, and that's something that we'll be discussing with you later this year. And we've been moving through the project with the recycling facility after a long look for property. We also feel like that property is beneficial to move our recycling facility there. It is the least nuisance of the operations that we have at Buckingham campus that could be moved. So to Commissioner Hammond's point, that does free up space at Buckingham to consider other options. What I have done at the direction of my assistant county manager and taken on this role was to really take a look with critical eye at those projects. And I've directed my team to look for efficiencies, and we have found efficiencies in the implementation of the recycling facility. So we feel like we can right-size that a little bit better to our system, and we're working on value engineering on that project. We're also looking at efficiencies at Buckingham campus. And with moving the recycling facility, what can we do to facilitate traffic at Buckingham? To create safer paths where we're perhaps separating our commercial haulers, our franchise franchise haulers from our mom and pop haulers, who are those hand unloads. They represent about half of our trips into the facility, and only about 10% of the tons coming in. So it's a high volume, low tonnage customer base that's very important for us to serve. And we'd like to find ways that we can serve them better while keeping our commercial customers moving quickly as well. So those are the things that I've been doing to review the project and make sure that the project is best suited for the goals that I have for the solid waste department, and also to make sure that we're maximizing the efficiency of Buckingham.
Any questions or anything?
I don't want to take all the airtime. If you have any other questions first before I? All right. So thank you. And again, I really enjoy working with you and your team. And I'm glad that we're looking at things with a fresh set of eyes and fresh legs. You know, and I would have thought you'd had it all figured out by now after 6 months. You know? But we'll give you a little break on that. You know, no, but she's done an amazing job, and I've been very impressed. And the access to information and the way you inform us ahead of time with items on our agendas, and your communications have been excellent. And I didn't feel that way in the past, and I'm pleased at the upgrade I think we have with your leadership at this. And I just wanted to make sure that we as the board were giving you all the support that you needed with a clean slate and again, a fresh perspective to make sure that we just didn't commit ourselves to what we said in 2018 or 2015, that wasn't set in stone. Everything else we talked about during our meeting today, we said, well, the world changed when we had COVID, the world changed when we had Ian, but then we say we're implementing a 2018 study. Well, the world's changed a lot. We keep saying the world's changed since then, but if we just keep on that 2018 plan, just to label it something, prior to all these things that we talk about that have encumbered us and changed the world we live in, then I think we'd be remiss at not having a fresh perspective on those things to reevaluate it for all the same reasons we just mentioned. So when I drive through there again, as I was a current and prior customer before I was elected, and I remember there being a parade of trucks lined out to the street. You couldn't get in to dump, and then I go there for a tour this year, and I'm like, where's all the trucks? Right? I mean, we just, we only had mom and pop customers, and I'm like, we need to get our recycling percentage up, and why are customers not coming here? And some of the pinch points for trucking, and I don't want to bore the whole world with all the minutia of this, but I think we all agreed that that facility was built in kind of piecework over the years and not possibly it wasn't like Skyplex when we look at a master plan of 100 acres from clean slate, kind of a perspective. And I said, if we could do it over again, could we do it better, right? And when I have people in the private industry saying that a recycle plant, if it was private money, that they were trying to make their own profit off of a facility, that they might be closer to the $30 to $50 million recycling plant budget, versus 100, right? And I'm like, well, maybe there's a way to do that and spend $50 million on Buckingham and make that as great as it can be, right? So I just want to open up the discussion to allow you the opportunity to upgrade where we are, like make our house as good as it can be, and look at the expansion in a deliberate manner and not just dive on the new one and not fix the old one. I mean, it's just the traffic, the circulation, that, the roads, the elevations, I mean, it isn't as truck friendly as you would like it to be, and so if we want to make it good for our customers to come to us, and we want to recycle as much as we can to divert it from the landfill, to extend the life of the landfill, then I just want to make sure that our board as a whole, I would hope that they would support all of these opportunities for review and reflection, to not be beholden to a 2018 plan under prior management, and to give you every tool and resource that you need for you to be you're the captain of the ship, and to make sure that you have every resource you need to be successful.
Thank you.
Is there something else we can offer today to support that?
So I think I appreciate that, and I appreciate the visibility that this board has brought to our solid waste issues. So I feel supported, and I will look to Dave and Chris further direction.
Yeah, I think as Rebecca and her team continues to review and as they continue to review their site and their site plans and their ultimate master plan, we'll come back to the board for continued discussion, specific when it comes to the Buckingham site, the MRF. You know, as you may or may not know, I think we still meet with those folks that live there monthly. Every other month now. They switched it, not us. But we were meeting with them monthly right after after we had the public meeting out there. We were meeting with them monthly. So I know that we have a number of presentations that we'll have to bring forward. But you know, her visioning and her team's visioning, and to your point, Commissioner, of how we can make the Buckingham site more accessible to the community. I know that Chris and Rebecca and her team are working on that. We will be bringing that back. I just don't believe we have a time frame yet. Am I right, Rebecca?
So we are at a point where we're working through negotiating pre-construction contracts with design build vendors for that project. And part of that is making sure that what we're looking to do with the site is included in that. So that's where we're at right now, and prior to coming back to the board with those contracts, that's when we would be able to speak about how we're looking at the project.
Well, you're talking about the MRF itself?
Correct.
Okay, but also when we're talking about the Buckingham revisioning.
Yeah.
Do we need a specific item on the board that says Buckingham
Sure.
campus review?
Yeah, because we are
or something
coming
else?
back to the board
What I'm trying to
once,
get to-
once you had time, you and your team have time, and you really don't have a time frame for that one. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, correct. So we have I've asked my team to look at Buckingham to try and maximize efficiencies, and we have ideas that I think are good and that are going to help with traffic. What we want to do now is to take it to the next stage where we can, pressure test those with engineering. We can look at the stormwater, look at the road layouts, and make sure that what we're doing is going to be feasible on that campus and on the site.
So we would come back as a workshop for the board. We can put it, if it's the board's will, we can add that as part of the strategic plan priorities for coming out of here, just so we can, state that we're going to have that workshop if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about long-term goal setting. I mean, 2040's not that far away. I
Okay.
think being proactive on that, I certainly support it.
I
Okay.
wish, and I wish we had a map of the solid waste site up. As we have that conversation, we could talk about it. Because I'm just looking at it on my phone on the map right now. And it's interesting. I just realized something by looking at it. I mean, you've got a ton of land up there. I think it's on the north side where the C&D yard is right now. You could almost build a new waste to energy where the C&D is, and then repurpose the land that the current waste to energy is sitting on. I don't know. I'm not a master planner, right? But it's interesting when you look at the land and how you could use it differently. I don't know. I want there to be such an interaction between the professional garbage haulers and the public garbage haulers. Maybe it is better to separate them onto two different campuses. I don't know, because you mentioned that most of the volume comes from the very low tonnage people. It's kind of like that 80-20 principle, right? 80% of the conflict could come from that traffic, but it's really 20% of the business. Do you want to separate it out? I don't know. So it'd be interesting to look at the whole site, and see what advice we could get on it. I do think, one thing, though, that we need to be really cognizant of as we have any of these conversations is that we did make some commitments, obviously, to the people in Pelican Preserve, and I'm fully intent on honoring any of those commitments, that whatever we build there is going to be what we said it was going to be, and nothing different, That's one thing on.
If we can make it better than that,
Yeah,
I still want to be
exactly.
open to that, but never any less than we promised, of
Sure.
course, right?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure everything is as best as it can be, but just to clarify, the C&D haulers are not going to use the new recycling facility. That's for the blue recycling.
I get it. I was just
The-
saying, if you look at the current solid waste facility on Buckingham, I don't know why we're mixing so much of the professional and the civilian together. I mean, it seems like that's just ultimately gonna force conflict all the time, right? That's why we don't let regular people drive on the runway at the airport, right?
You don't want that conflict.
Rebecca, if I may,
I'll leave it there.
is that something you and your team are working on separating those two, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
And on that site?
Yes, and we've
Okay.
made changes, even in the past year on traffic management, so we've
Okay.
done a lot. Our team, our operational folks have plans for when we get additional traffic, and they've been doing a really good job at keeping traffic moving.
And so, based on the commissioner's concerns, or just the topics of discussion, roughly when do you think we might be able to come back for a workshop with the board on the site plan for Buckingham?
Well, currently, we're working right now on the rate strategy, bring that back to the board in the spring, I believe is when we're shooting for that. I'm not sure if that's,
Oh, well, I'm not to put you on the spot. So we'll put it, if it's the board's will, we'll put it on as one of the priorities, site planning, the Buckingham site. And then we'll try to hone in on a date for you, because we really don't have one now. We do have some workshops coming up, but we'll get it in this year and bring it forward so we can talk about some of those concerns regarding, the haulers versus the little independents and how we're going to segregate them and what we're going to do to make the whole thing work a little bit better. So we'll bring that forward this year.
Yeah, more customer friendly.
Yeah.
All these upgrades, yes.
Okay.
I don't think it's urgent of
Yeah.
March, or it's just this
Okay.
year, I think is good.
We can do
This is
that.
a 14-year plan, so anything we can do to accelerate it this year at whatever opportunities
Definitely.
most prudent for your team, I support.
Okay, we'll definitely do that.
Thank you.
Anything else on that?
That's my official last item.
That's it?
Thank you, Rebecca.
I'm gonna have to excuse myself.
Oh.
I'm going to Tallahassee.
Oh, stay warm.
Huh?
Stay warm.
Ask for more money.
Gonna try.
You want us to talk about anything for you? VA hospital, FDOT, we only got 3 things left, school zone cameras. You good? Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Safe driving. Be careful.
Yes, sir.
Okay, VA hospital.
Okay, so I brought this one to the board today. A lot of discussion during my tours was about the healthcare, and also honed in specifically on VA healthcare. Obviously, that's not under our purview, but it was a discussion that maybe we as, executive can get involved and influence, start having those discussions about, currently right now, we have an outpatient VA center that the outcry is that there isn't enough services there, and most veterans are driving up to Tampa or they're driving to Miami for care, even some of the simplest things. So when we look at the size of our population and how we're growing, and you get the numbers from our HVS and how our veteran population is also extremely large, there's a huge need. If we're already having difficulties with regular health care, I can only imagine what the difficulties for our veterans' health care is. And you compound it with our traffic and trying to get to an emergency service in a different city is going to be very difficult for them. So my ask today is if we can just have some sort of consensus or some conversations to open up the conversation with our federal partners on what does it look like, how can we get more care for our veterans here. They have their land right now, I think they're in communication, I don't know how far they are into planning, but they have land behind their outpatient center that maybe that's an option, I don't know, but I would just like to get into the conversation for them as a county and represent ourselves, that this is a need for our county and our constituents, so.
I guess usually we just send a letter of support, I guess, to the federal delegation and say in support of it. Yeah. I got the email, I think, the gentleman that was at your tour, and I responded back to him. I didn't CC everybody on it, but I explained to him, years ago as a child of a World War II disabled veteran, we used to go to Bay Pines Hospital in St. Pete for years. My father had to go up there for care, and then it was up 41. It was a 2-day drive, 41 up 2-lane road up to St. Pete and stay for the night and come back. But I thought, Commissioner Hammond's probably totally more familiar with the hospital at Cape Coral, the VA hospital. I was under the impression after they moved up to Winkler Metro, they expanded the North Cape over there, they're providing most care. But again, the specialty care, they go outside. They wouldn't even build a newer facility. I was surprised to hear there was still, there's never enough services when it comes to veterans, but I know it's gotten better the last 4 or 5 years, but I was surprised to hear that though.
Yeah.
I've heard the same, I've heard the same feedback, Commissioner, that you've heard as well, you know, about veteran services. And, you know, I do believe, based on the knowledge that I have learned over the years, that there is room to build a tower, and there were initially plans to build like a tower for the beds at the VA hospital. And so, you know, that's one of those issues that I think as a board, legislatively, if we think that's something that would really benefit our area, we could all put our resources in to lobbying our new congressman when we get him or her, and then obviously our senator, which, you know, we know both of our senators are hugely supportive of veterans. So I mean, we could. Those are the things that I think we could start to move the needle on at the federal and state level.
Yeah,
It'll take time.
we can't ask for, you can't ask for too much support for our veterans, of course. And I was just going to wonder if, we already have a federal lobbyist for the county, don't we?
Yes, we do.
So we can use those relations or help carry this message
So-
if we put this.
Trish, I guess you could, the next
Help.
commissioner, next commission meeting, you could put up a commissioner item.
Sure.
The subject, and we'll draft a letter to.
Have
the
we
board.
drafted a letter before? You brought that up before, and I just wanted to make sure we're not being overly redundant, if that's
I
not.
don't think we have.
Okay.
Yeah, so, look at the federal delegation for that and bring it up to the board, and we'll talk about it there. We'll
I
take
appreciate
action
it.
then, you can send it and sign it for the board, and then we'll send it up back that way.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Anything else on that topic? No, you're right, all the veterans, they're all moving out here and they retire, and it's, you look at geographically where more veterans are, I know they look at that, but there's a whole lot more between here and Naples, that's for sure. Between Charlotte County, I think, has a lot of veterans now. Do they have a hospital in Charlotte County they may know? VA hospital?
Not to my knowledge,
So that
no.
was servicing north of that, and it's servicing south, so basically from Marco to Tampa, St. Pete, Bay Pines, that's it. Wow. Okay. Next one, FDOT, District 1 Office. Who has that one?
I also brought this one up today. This is a conversation that I've been having ongoing. I'm sure everybody could bring this one up today. The conversations we get about traffic over and over and over. And one of the things I kept racking my brain on is what can we do to get, we have a lot of state roads, and especially in my district too, there's a lot of state roads that we need help in. And what can we do to start getting more, and you brought up a great point of like the legislative agenda and budgeting to get more involved in that, but what can we do here at a local level to start bridging and making those incremental changes? And so one of the ideas that Rob and I were, you know, workshopping together, just out loud, is let's have some conversations of maybe District 1 office. What does that look like in Lee County? Is that a possibility? Or if not, can we work on getting pressure to enhance the offices that we have here now? And also the other side is to appoint projects in Lee County to Lee Countyans and not Bartow people. So, and if anybody else has anything to add on that, that would be wonderful.
It's always been a challenge for us. I mean, we Burnsville Road, that was a state road before, and then we got it back. So any way we could help, because there's a lot of money in the district from here to Bartow, but we're always trying to lobby for our projects here. We do the MPO, and Brian, you want to say
Well,
something?
I was going to say, I've been looking into this for the last year. It's something that I actually got a chance to meet with every one of our legislators who's part of our delegation about over the last year too. It is not an easy task to work with, you know, FDOT and moving boundary lines and district lines. Sometimes those things are set in stone. But the legislation that creates the FDOT districts is older than I am, I think, as a person. Like, it was passed before I was born. Think about how much Florida has changed since then, right? And how many people live here today that didn't live here when this legislation that set out the actual Florida Department of Transportation districts was passed. And so we're part of District 1, we're part of a district where it's headquartered in Bartow, and that is written in state statute. It's got to have a law change in order to be moved, right? But in that state statute, it also says that Fort Myers should have its own planning office. And that planning office in Fort Myers would handle the 5 counties, Charlotte, Lee, Collier, Henry, and Glades. And that's I don't believe that that has ever been fully implemented, or if it was, it's not no longer really implemented, because it feels like more and more these projects are being run out of Bartow, who are great road people. I'm not taking anything away from their qualifications, great road people, but they don't drive our roads regularly. And so they may want to do lane closures at times when it really affects our day-to-day commute and frustrates our drivers, right? And so I think it's time, with the amount of population growth that we've had, that we elevate the planning area that is the Fort Myers office to a full FDOT district. Go ahead and just create a new FDOT district. When you look at the population we have, I think our population would, in those counties, would rival one of the other smaller districts. And so I think it makes a lot of sense. Now, that's the kind of effort that I think is going to take a governor from this area who understands this area to push through in a legislative delegation that's all on board. Because there will be people who will be offended by things moving. And there will be maybe new money that will need to be found to fund that office and things like that. So, but yeah, I'm all in on that.
Would you consider the planning office location, a relocation of those staff members, an interim step that would be valuable in the meantime versus just the full?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't know why it hasn't happened. I mean, seriously, we're not a small town anymore. We're a big town now with a lot of people who live here. And we really need to start pushing on the state to make sure they treat us like it. And that's not a conceit thing, that's not a puffing my chest thing, that's a, hey, we got people who are really frustrated sitting in traffic thing and they want some response.
I think between Collier, Lee, and Charlotte, we're gonna have 2 million people by 2030.
Yeah.
Between all 3 counties, 2 million. So we have a
Dave, do you have any
million and a half
comments
by-
or staff comments on any of
with Lee
this
and Collier, we're on a
subject
million
or
and a half right
history?
there.
Yeah, I think those are all great points. I think the issues we've had in the past, which we've explained, is, when we're talking about projects, state projects, some of the projects are managed by people in Lee County, sometimes they're managed by Bartow. When they're managed outside the county, it does create a workload on Rob Price, and specifically Rob, not even his team, because he has to handle it, where Rob has to reach out and try to work out a better solution for traffic control, especially during season. So any method of trying to either get an office here or enhance the office to at least where the decisions of any road projects that are happening are made here in Lee County, where they understand it. And again, to your point, Commissioner, there's not a knock on anyone. It's just people that know Lee County and know what the board has enacted during season. We don't do certain things during season. So I think that would be great if that would happen in the same way. Or in conjunction with how the county works, that would be great.
Well, like Brian said, it was made before he was born, so, like I say, many years ago, Cape Coral wasn't just started. Lehigh was just started. The whole area looked totally different geographically. So traffic was either 41, 75 wasn't even there yet, right? So 75 wasn't, so it was just 41 basically. So it was designed based upon that. Now look at the difference between Lee, Collier, and Charlotte County. This whole stuff was Florida region. It's just, when you look at that, you're like, how did this happen? And why is it still like that? So, yep. So thanks for bringing that up, but we do need to address it. And they got plenty of room. They could build a new office right there on Dangles of their current small office they have there at the FHP station. But that's what happened with Colonial, a couple years ago with the Diamond Interchange there. The state was in charge of the project. It was after the hurricane, it was after COVID, the hurricane. All those factors played in there in Bartow. And Colonial, what was it, 2 years? I don't know if Rob Becker wants to say anything different, but I think it was 2 years total completion over time, and we all had to deal with that. Half the time we got blamed for it. It wasn't even our project. It was either the city or the state, but we got blamed for it though.
So I guess next steps, Dave, Rob, maybe you can help us direct on this. Is this one of those letter situations, or is this a different kind of action piece and specifically to that enhancing our offices here and possibly adding a planning office? What is the step and direction to go forward?
Well, I think the first step would be, the board give us direction, maybe to talk to FDOT directly. We can reach out to FDOT and start talking about the concerns the county has, what the board has. So maybe at the next meeting, if we would get that direction, we could start talking to them, and then probably the next step would be to write a letter from the board, the consensus saying, hey, look, great job, but we would like to go the next step.
Yeah. And I'd also like to add that other piece that Commissioner Hammond was saying to our legislative planning is that long-range plan for, what is our districting lines for our own looking like?
And Rob just tapped me on the shoulder, MPO. Kick off with the MPO first, and then we'll start that, we can have those conversations.
So, this is already on our legislative agenda currently, and it's something that we need to expand on. I mean, so how do you get legislation passed? You gotta build a coalition, you gotta build allies, right? You know who else would benefit from this is Collier County, Charlotte County, and Reed Lake would even benefit from having more attention from a locally headquartered district, right? And so we need to go, I mean, again, if I really want to push this home, this is how I'm doing it. We're campaigning, man. We're campaigning to get this done. So we build our coalition. We get the Charlotte County Board of County Commissioners on board. We get Collier on board, Henry and Glades on board. We get their legislative delegation members on board, and we all push up to the state level to get this done. I don't think, obviously, this session is way too late to talk about, but this is the right time to start to talk about next session and future sessions. And so I think that's what I would do. I would make this, absolutely part of whatever legislative workshop we're going to have later this year, and really start to talk about those efforts, like who's going to reach out to the other counties and get them on board and, help explain the idea to them as well.
Love it.
Great. Thank you. Anything else to that one, Trish?
Nope, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next, school zone cameras.
All right, this is my last item. I know this has been brought up before. I just wanted to circle back to it because, with the concern of traffic, you also have safety. And what are some of those changes that we can make now and today to start implementing safety while we're still building out our infrastructure that will build in more safety? So one of the ideas that has come up is our school zone cameras. I know it's been a hot topic, but there are others that have already instituted it, started doing it, so we can kind of learn from mistakes. We can learn how we want to do things, and I think, now is a great time to start having those conversations. Charlotte County just did theirs. Cape Coral's done a pilot of their own. But just something that to open that conversation, because school zone cameras, the companies are going to be installing them on their own dime. It's no dime to us, so we don't put any capital in. So it's not something that's going to cost the board anything. And then there is going to be, we're going to get paid out from those tickets that are coming. And then, the scary thing is ticketing our residents, but, this is all based on breaking the law. So this is like, you don't break the law, you're not going to get a ticket. So, which is great. But so with that, the revenue that we can make from that, we can put directly towards sidewalks. And that's a great target point because sidewalks is a huge part of our school zones that I think one of them recently we just talked about was they needed a sidewalk and it was split between city and so just to be able to have a mechanism to be funding the sidewalks that we have. So go from school zones and then work our way outward because the entire county in itself also, that's always been a conversation is sidewalks, and it's usually as we get to budget time, it's a low man on the totem pole. So this is a great way and mechanism that we could fund that down the road. So I'm open to any discussion, any questions, and I know that some of it is, the concerns are, well, how do we dictate the times that it's operating? And, that's great questions that I know even Rob has some answers to, but that's something that we can dictate on our own that fits us. Like I said, we'll just learn, from what the others that have already implemented. And, you build your ordinance to put this in, and then we do the administrative code to what fits for us so that, as times and the time of year changes, we can also change operational times of these. So just a food for thought.
Okay. Any comments? So we talked about it before. My only question would be, when I talked to staff about it last year, was the timings. Initially, I thought it was just going to be like what the kids were getting in and out at 8 o'clock, 3 o'clock, but then I found out later it was going to be 24 hours a day. Then I guess you can write the agreements where you can do it within a certain set of times. So that's what I'd be looking at, seeing how those times are. So you don't want people driving by us to school on a Saturday or at 8 o'clock at night when there's no school and getting citations for that. But, they should be follow the law as it is. But I just want to confuse drivers when they should slow down based upon that. I can tell you, as working as a school crossing guard on McGregor many times at Ford and Edison, people don't pay attention, even if you have a uniformed person out there with the lights on. So people are gonna obviously make mistakes and go through those intersections, but we definitely have to have traffic control, and definitely need it for the safety of the children, that's for sure. My only concern would be to make sure the times
Yeah.
were restricted to the times of need when it should be in place, so.
I think that's the feedback from Cape Coral residents is that, when they've tried it, people don't know when it's actually on and when it's not on. Because it's not whether the lights are flashing or not. It's like running all day. And a lot of people don't understand that. And they're very, a lot of them get very upset about that. They got a ticket and they thought, well, the school zone light wasn't even on. What happened? And so I would entertain the idea if it was specifically for the drop-off and the pickup times, not this time while kids are in school during the day, not this time after school. If it's just real tight to making the school zone safer during pickup and drop-off time, I'm interested in having that conversation because, I drop my daughter off every day at school, and, there are people who do blow through the school zones, and it is dangerous because you do have even at high school, you have high schoolers walking everywhere, and I think if everybody would slow down a little bit, it'd be safer.
Yeah, definitely. Surprising me people pass the school bus. I didn't realize many people actually pass the school bus with the lights out. I can't physically picture driving down the road and almost going around the school bus and stuff. It's like, this is how somebody can actually, it shows how people are just not paying attention. Literally not paying attention. Kind of like the Jaguar on 41 that rear-ended the bus that was stopped, never slowed down, so. Anyway, anything else on that?
No, I mean, if I may, so I was all enthused about safety around schools, right? I mean, that makes sense. But I will tell you a couple of things I've learned since then. Again, I felt excited opportunity on that. There was some randomness to the location choices that I didn't really understand when it was first presented to us. That's putting that aside. My concern is I go through 3 school zones on McGregor every day to go to work here, and everybody's pretty good about slowing down on those, right? Then a couple of them have crossing guards, but when the lights are flashing, it makes sense to me to have the enforcement mechanism in there, right? When the lights aren't flashing, you should be able to drive down McGregor doing 35 miles an hour like any other time in the same footprint. But I personally, and will announce for the record, that I got a ticket in Cape Coral for doing 46 and a 45 at lunchtime passing Charlie's school at Family Initiative last year, right? And there was no flashing lights. Those kids aren't going to lunch at McDonald's across the street. I mean, they're all on campus. There's no reason for me to believe that I wasn't driving down Chiquita like any other part of my day in my life, right? So I lost $100 and I complained to the person lobbying for that, and I said, this is a bad example of people getting falsely accused of a problem that is not there. So if there was a way to restrict it to when the lights are flashing zone, just like if you pass a school bus driving on the road without the lights on and not stopped with the bar out, well, then it's isolated to, that's the incident. It's not any time you pass a school bus, not any time you pass a school, right? And so then the argument that they'll tell me is they can't make enough money, and I'm like, well, then I guess that's not a good program. But I wish we had $2 million from.
Well, I think that's what the problem would be, like for me personally, I won't support anything that's outside of that 1 or 2 hour window. So, but for them the vendor, I understand, has to pay for the equipment, maintenance, administration part of it. If they don't have the extra revenue coming in for beyond that time, then it's not feasible for them. So I'm not sure that's where the sticking point is going to be. But I personally wouldn't support it unless it's that small window.
But I will tell you, as a parent, I mean, I was horrified. I mean, when we took driver's ed class, when you guys remember, the number 1 6-point ticket, the never ever do this, is passing a school bus that with picking up passengers or dropping off. I mean, it would be horrifying that anybody would ever do that. And then you see these thousands of people getting penalties.
It's like, yeah.
Oh my God, like,
yeah.
That's horrible. I can't believe the frequency of that happening. So I'm glad to see safety protocols happening, and I hope it reinforces good behavior and extinguishes bad behavior for all the kids. But I couldn't personally believe it after. I must be getting old, because I'm saying back in the old days we would never do that.
So is the question, will we support it or want to see it come back in a workshop thing, or what are you asking for?
Well, I'm totally in favor with the whole, the timing of the mechanism. That was the biggest conversation, and my concern as well, because, you want to make sure that everybody's, rights are feeling, respected. And, the big feedback, I think Cape Coral, there, like you said, like it was going 46 and a 45 outside of those zones. So I'm definitely sensitive to that. But it is that time frame. It's the before and after during those zones that, I really want to look at. And maybe that's a conversation we just have with the company to see if they would still be interested in doing that in those parameters. And then too, like I even brought up, I was like, yeah, well, in the summer, we don't have school either. So, to have that flexibility, when I talk about our administrative code versus our ordinance, that's where I mean that. So we have that flexibility to be able to go back and adjust the timings that suit us as a county's
Holidays,
needs.
I mean, there's holidays, different.
Right, and that too.
Yeah. For like, what is Cape Coral doing? I don't know. Are they doing just school days, and what happens during the summertime?
Well, I don't know, maybe, director can talk about that.
I was just wondering what they do like during the summertime, like you said.
Yeah.
So for 2 months, are their cameras not operating?
Right.
I mean, so Dave, you said 46 and a 45?
And that's interesting too, because
One over, it's supposed to be like an 11-mile-an-hour threshold.
They accused me of being over 25 because
Oh, okay.
I was under school parameters because I was in the middle of the school day,
Oh.
not during and pick up.
But all the kids should be in the classroom or in the
They had a
lunchroom. They're
7-hour
not.
window of, they could have gone to lunch or whatever. It
So
was a
quite-
school day, not those two windows.
What do they do? My question was, what do they do in Cape Coral? Is like when there's no school, like President's Day, for example, or there's the summertime. What do they do?
When there's no school, there's no ticketing.
So they
The state
said-
statute is very specific as to when the ticketing can happen.
Right.
You ticket during the AM drop-off period at the reduced school speed zone limit, during the PM pickup period at the reduced speed zone limit, and then in the middle of the day, between those two time periods, based on the posted speed limit of the road. So when you go to a 15-mile-an-hour zone while the flashers are on, it tickets based on that 15 miles an hour. If you drive 11 miles an hour over that speed limit, you will get a ticket.
So at 26, you get a ticket, not 24.
26, you would get a ticket.
Okay.
At noon, when the school is in session and there could be kids in early dismissal, it's ticketing based on the speed limit. So like on McGregor, where there's a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit, if you're driving 46 miles an hour, you would get a ticket during the day. Weekends, completely off the table. Holidays, when school's not in session, completely off the table. There is no ticketing.
Does the ticketing start at 1 mile over the speed limit?
No, it only is, so the statute itself says 10 miles over the speed limit. What has happened in many of the jurisdictions that were ticketing at 10 miles over the speed limit, people were challenging those tickets at the 10-mile-an-hour time frame, and the judges were throwing them out. So now they basically are setting the tickets at 11 miles an hour over the posted speed limit or over the flasher speed, depending on which time frame.
I think also as a consumer and also being a law enforcement officer in the past, you have, I'll give you a perfect example. Tanglewood Elementary is on Manchester Boulevard. It's probably 1.5 miles from McGregor, but McGregor and Tanglewood, they have a school crossing zone. So that would be actually technically a school crossing zone on McGregor. I know you drove through there too. So again, the lights flashing, the school's 1.5 miles away, and it's 10, and then it's, sometimes the lights flash anyway, but, or they're in school at noon, and there's, is that going to still constitute for that school zone 1 mile away? I mean, it's over 1 mile away.
Ultimately, that is the board's decision.
That's what I'm saying. You're going to have a situation like that. It's not like Fort Myers Middle, you're on Central 3050 Central. You're going to, there's a school right there. You can see the playground. Allen Park, all these different schools. I can go through all the different schools, but you're going to have places like Tanglewood where it's 1.5 miles away from McGregor. But if somebody driving down McGregor at 11 o'clock in the morning, going 45 and a 35, they're going to get a ticket. Well, the 46 and the 35, they're going to get a ticket, right?
So that is a school zone.
Statutory one.
That the state has created.
Yep.
From years and years ago when there used to be a designated school crossing there. There still is a crossing there. And the state has maintained
Right.
that school crossing, that school speed zone this entire
You have a-
time.
you have
But
a-
the board ultimately has the decision and the authority as to where you would implement these. If you decide to go and you put the school speed zone cameras up, you don't have to do it at every school speed zone. You can do it at select ones. That one in particular, it's on a state road, so we would need the state's permission to ticket there anyway. And that was one of the items that we had asked at the work session that we had last year was, do we want these at all county maintained roads, where we have a school speed zone? Do you want to include the state one? We would just need to get authorization from FDOT, which isn't a difficult process.
Yeah, it's just gonna be it'd be a nightmare. And for example, McGregor and Winkler, Dave, same thing. That's for Orangewood. And then you got one at McGregor and Marino, that's for Allen Park, which is closer, but Orangewood's still a mile away down Winkler, down, Marvez to get to it. So it's just, the schools are so far away from some of those state sites. But again, for us, Summerlin and Bass Road for Lexington, I mean, you're gonna take a 6-lane, 4-lane Summerlin Road right there by Health Park and make that's a school zone, right?
It's not a school zone.
Is it not a school that we don't have a crossing there?
No.
Okay, I thought we did, okay. But there's intersections like that, I mean.
Gunnery Road, Tortuga Elementary, that's a perfect example.
Yeah.
Where you would have where we have a slow school speed zone. The key for where these slow school speed zones are located, because we get this complaint all the time. I think a lot of times they come from Cypress Lake High School. The crossing there is at a traffic signal. It is literally the safest way that you could cross students.
Right.
So it doesn't meet the state guidance for a slow school speed zone. Sorry, that's a tongue twister. But we follow the state guidance to a T as to where we implement these slow school speed zones. And so when we have a traffic signal or a 4-way stop like at Tice Elementary, it doesn't meet the standard and the guidance for a slow school speed zone. So our locations where we have the school speed zones are very specific based on state guidance. Not necessarily the case in some other jurisdictions in the county.
Thank you. Any other questions for Rob while he's here?
My last one is, to address that, it is an option that we can talk to them about not running it in the in-betweens, correct? Or is that something that it is at our full discretion when it's running?
That's my understanding,
Okay.
is they are open to that conversation. My understanding is that Charlotte County, just last week, is moving forward and specifically wrote into their ordinance the timeframes. What their representatives have kind of told me through this process is his recommendation would be that we not write specific timeframes into the ordinance, but handle the timeframes that we actually implement administratively. That way, it's not a public hearing to expand. But we aren't really married to either decision. If the board wanted to go down this path, we'll do whatever you tell us to do.
The state statute is great because it gives us some structure and guidance, but some of it I just don't agree. I think some of the locations are going to be a nightmare. That's the problem.
Again, Rob, I think you do a great job, but this is not about you. You're just explaining the issue. But when you tell me that there's 6 different ways that each school zone could be enforced or regulated, depending on discretionary items, I think those kind of rules are hard for people in the general public to understand and follow when they have to know turn by turn, neighborhood by neighborhood, which corner of the block I have to follow this rule in to not get a $100 ticket, right? So I think that's another part of this discussion that's going to come out, that's being vetted, because the rules have to be the same for everybody for them to be understood and enforced properly.
Okay, anything else on that topic? Okay, we're done with the topic, so we're down to board discussion. Any board discussion on anything we didn't cover today?
Yeah, we need to sign Commissioner Wing up for something.
Please do. I think we asked. I think, is Pamela still here? We got 6 committee assignments still left, so I think that he didn't want to do, so we'll find something for him to do. I think he could be the liaison with the clerk's office. What do you think? My money is on this, Kevin. Just one good whack-a-mole, so be a good. Everything can fine. No, I'm just kidding.
I just want to say, Mr. Chairman,
Oh.
thank you for facilitating. Mr. Hunter, thank you again. This was very good to have this opportunity to sit down and talk about longer range issues together. Commissioners, I always enjoy getting a chance to talk like this, so thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I'll echo those sentiments, and again, I want to thank staff and everybody that participated in this, and for what I consider was a great dialogue, and we got a lot of good work done today. I really think we covered a lot of ground. and,
Longer than the last one.
I really appreciate the input, the debate, the dialogue, and all the expertise that was brought here today. We don't get to talk like this in our typical board meetings, and it's nice to have a real conversation about real issues that are helping benefit all of Lee County. So, thank you.
And think of the team behind us here for doing all the work. Thank you for everything. Thank you for everybody put this together today, and IT guys thank you for putting this together, and the rec center over here. Anything else, Dave?
Well, just want to make sure we've listed all the items that we talked about. The flat budget, we're going to codify this at the next board meeting, so we'll bring all this forward, and then following that, we'll prepare the letters for the flat budget. We'll wait for the long-term community needs discussion until there's a finalization from Tallahassee about what they're going to do with property tax. So we still have that conversation still to have. Infrastructure sales tax scenarios, what we'll do is we'll run the scenarios related to the road projects that we talked about. We'll bring a couple different scenarios related to a number of road projects based on the cost itself, or as you hit a milestone and then it will sunset. We'll also, in the same conversation but in a different workshop, we will talk about the Civic Center and lay out a number of different scenarios related to the Civic Center, whether it is a complete rehab or a rebuild of the Civic Center, a multi-use facility, and a P3. So we'll have a number of different options for that one. The term limits ballot initiative will come back, but we'll codify this as part of the discussion. Legislative priority workshop, obviously we'll come back as we start to build the legislative priority and have a workshop with the board and have you give us direction. We'll codify that and move it forward. The Buckingham site planning, as we discussed, will not only Buckingham site planning, but we'll be coming back in the future related to the landfill and the MRF. And then finally, the FDOT District 1 discussion. We'll have that, we'll continue to refine that as you move forward through the MPO. And once we get through the MPO and probably the joint meetings with Charlotte and Collier. I'll get it in a minute. It'll take a few seconds. But we have those joint meetings that can be discussed and we can move forward from there.
An idea, I think you could probably combine the FDOT into the legislative priority workshop, because it would be a legislative priority. Just make sure that it's part of the discussion. But another thought that I had for that day too is let's go ahead and bring in our lobbyist, Chris Cheney, bring in our lobby team that knows how to move legislation at the state level, and have them show us, here's the roadmap to getting this passed, or at least what their thought is, and see if we can.
Yeah, definitely.
On a separate, you mentioned Charlotte County. This Friday, we have our joint Charlotte County, Punta Gorda MPO meeting. Is everybody going to that? They may not going to be there?
I will not be in attendance for that one.
You will be?
I will not be.
You will be, okay.
I'm not going to be able to make that one.
I'll be there. I don't know if Kevin's going to be back yet.
I'll nominate Commissioner Wayne to be my servant.
He likes it. Well, none of us will go. And I was just wondering if anything's going to, have you guys heard anything back from Charlotte County? They're not going to probably bring up parking in Boca at the MPO, would they?
At the MPO, I don't believe so.
Okay. Okay. Okay, well, anything else, Dave?
Nope, just everybody's good with that. That's what we'll bring forward in the next board meeting.
Great.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you. We are adjourned.
Thank
you.